Okay, the live stream has started.
Can you share a live stream link so that we can, I'll share that on our social media.
Yeah, I'll start pasting that stuff into the chat.
Wow. Your camera's not on. If you're gonna play, I'll just mute this.
Huh? No, I'm going to mute here. Okay.
So Dave, it's going to take a snap. It'll be taking a snapshot. So I'm just saying what. So your facial expressions, we should all kind of watch them. Remember last time?
Yeah, I got lucky with that one.
Yeah, we could have I think we could do a thumbnail, dedicated one, but whatever.
I wonder if Bill is in the wrong Zoom room. He just texted me, I only see Tom.
I think he's just dealing with a gallery issue. You know, he's got to just toggle between gallery view and speaker view.
Yeah, but he's not in here.
He's not in the list.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he's looking at the live stream. Okay. Do you want me to give him a call?
Yeah, sure. All right, it's 10:02, so see people are starting to join. So we're still waiting on a few more people to join before we get rolling here. So,
Oh no. I mean, it appears that the Zoom link that was sent out with the email is taking people to the YouTube live stream.
Okay.
So that's gonna be problematic.
Yeah. Well, thanks for catching that. Could you send out a correction email?
Yeah, let me do that.
Okay. Well, thanks for catching that, Sam. And yeah, good thing we caught it early. So people who are here, maybe you could take a minute he just shared the meeting link on Twitter, so people could retweet that. And the link on the page isn't okay. So the link on the web page is taking people to Zoom, so we should be good with that.
Yeah, do we really want to put the Zoom link on Twitter?
Well, so the fall
I
gathering
wouldn't
group-
worry about it. I think we'll be
Yeah,
okay.
we're at this point the link is basically public, and we do have a waiting room, so we can, we have kind of the security features on, so that if anyone were to try to bomb us or whatever, we would be able to deal with that. So yeah, no worries about sharing the link. Yeah, so anyway, if people would be willing to go on Twitter and sort of retweet that and share it, and then we'll post it on Facebook as well, and you can share that on Facebook. Even if people can't join us this morning, they could still see our panel discussions and our keynote speaker later today. So a little bit of last minute publicity never hurt. Meanwhile, our tech team is sorting out the issue and making sure everyone gets the correct link.
Bill's joining.
Okay, so just posted it on Facebook and Twitter. So while our tech team is getting the link out to everyone, if we could share those, that'd be great. Bill, is your microphone working? Can you unmute?
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, well, I've got audio, no visual. No, yeah.
Hi, Dadsa.
Oh, hey, Dasa. All right, so normally we would get started right about now, but since we did apparently have a little issue sending out the Zoom link.
I don't see any issue in the mail blast that I sent out. The Zoom link is right at the very top, and then the link to the live stream is in there too. But so
It didn't work. For me, at least.
okay.
What Sam said is that the link took people to the live stream.
That's what Barbara had indicated in the chat.
That's what I got as well. I got the live stream.
It's, yeah, well, the live stream is there if you clicked on the wrong link.
Nope,
And
I clicked on the right link. I clicked on the Zoom link. I also clicked on the live stream and I got the same thing.
Without
I had
looking
it
at it,
on.
I think there was a hyperlink issue where the text for the Zoom link got associated with the
oh,
URL
okay, we
for,
didn't
yeah,
test it.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sure that's what happened.
Okay. Oh, we can just, are you going to send out mail blast again, or do you want me to do it?
I think it needs to be done.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Could also put that the Zoom link in the YouTube chat below the video so that people could see it right there and then
Oh, that's
get
really
into
good
the
idea.
Zoom call.
Sure. Okay. Comes down to a clipboard error. I'm sure that's how it was in the workflow. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, well, at least it's taking people to the live stream, and
Yeah,
from there
I'm
we
gonna
can
fix the live
direct them over.
live stream thing, right?
Yeah, saying at least they're not like disappearing into a black hole. Yeah, so I was saying normally we would get going right around now, but we'll give it just a few extra minutes given the technical issue, and I'm trying to make sure everyone gets here who's planning to be here this morning.
Okay, I sent out a new email.
Thanks. Great.
And I updated the description to have the one-click login in the live stream.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, I got Sam's email and I'm double checking the link in there, and it looks like he's got the correct link. So, and he's got a nice Zoom link correction subject line.
Great. Okay, well, now the link is out there. So hopefully people will be able to join us as we get going here. Let's see. I'm just going to reach out to Joe Nathan Kingfisher to make sure that he isn't also running into issues. All right, but so we can try to stay on schedule. Why don't we get started, and we'll just try to keep rolling as more people join. So hopefully everyone has seen the agenda. It's on the fall gathering page on our site. I just put it in the chat. So this morning we have a welcome from the co-chairs and introductions. Then we have some quick reports, and following that we'll take we have some announcements and calls for volunteers and organizers. Then we'll take a quick break. Then we'll have hearing and discussion of bylaws changes proposals. Actually, I think we decided to move that break to after the bylaws changes proposals. So I guess it didn't get updated. Sorry about that. But then at 11, officer elections. We'll have nominations and speeches. And then at this meeting, we'll finalize the candidates for the open positions. And then after the meeting, ballots will be sent by email to all our dues paying members in good standing following the meeting. We'll have a lunch break around noon. Then we'll get back going at 1 p.m. Continue any unfinished business from the morning. And then we'll have some time for group discussion on what's next, building the movement for people, planet, and peace from the bottom up. Then we'll have a break at 2 p.m. We'll have a climate change panel discussion on facing the climate crisis in the age of Line 3, COP26 and the Biden administration. So that will be with Aaron Camacho, enrolled citizen of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, Mark Dunley from the Green Party U.S. Eco Action Committee, Julie Enslow from 350 Milwaukee, and Clayson Benally, who's an activist and musician with Sihasan. And then at 3 p.m., we'll have Jill Stein for our keynote speech and question and answer. And then we will officially end at 4 p.m. Sometimes people like to stick around for a little bit of informal discussion, but the official meeting will end at 4 p.m. and we won't make any decisions or anything after that. Yeah, so that's a basic rundown of the agenda. And I should introduce myself. I'm Dave Schwab in Madison. Use he, him pronouns. I am a co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party. And I want to welcome everyone, and we'll have a chance to quickly introduce ourselves in a minute. So why don't we do that? And then, I'll just give some brief opening remarks for the co-chairs. Welcome. So yeah, to try to keep us on schedule, I'll just call on people, go down the list that I see. And if, folks could introduce yourselves, where you're from, any positions you hold, what pronouns you use, and yeah, just give us a quick sense of who's here. So let's start with Tom Rodman.
Okay, I'm on the IT committee, the chair of that. I'm also a national committee, or was delegate, and planning to run for that. And I'm on several other committees. I'm from the Milwaukee area, Bayview, so pass.
Thanks. Next up is Sam Chance.
I'm Sam Chance. I'm from the Madison area. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the, I'm getting a little bit of an echo on my end. Anyway, so
Okay,
yeah.
if people could mute when they're not speaking, just to prevent echoey issues, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right, yeah. So starting again. Name's Sam Chance. I'm from Madison. He, him pronouns. I'm the coordinating council representative for Congressional District 2. I'm also the co-chair of the Four Lakes Green Party local chapter. Pass.
Okay, Greg Banks.
Hi, I'm the co-chair of Greater Milwaukee Green Party. And yeah, that's about it. I'll pass. Morning, everyone.
Morning, Greg. Michael Childers.
Good morning, I'm Michael Childers, he, him pronouns, and I'm in Madison. Been a longtime member and looking forward to helping out any way I can.
Great. Kerri Bruss.
Good morning. I'm Kerri Bruss. I live in the Menominee Falls area, so Waukesha County. I've been involved for, I think I'm into my second year now, and I'm a member of the Wisconsin GP IT committee. Happy to be here.
Barbara Dahlgren.
Good morning, I'm Barbara. I'm from West Allis, so Milwaukee County. I am currently serving as the elections chair for the local and state, although if other people want to get involved, that would be awesome. I also am an at-large coordinating council representative, and just statewide, I was elected to the Conservation Congress, so I serve in that capacity as well. Pass.
Thanks, Barb. Mike McCallister.
Hi, I'm Mike McCallister, he, him pronouns. I live in West Allis as well. I chair the outreach committee for the Greater Milwaukee Greens and represent Milwaukee on the state coordinating council. and am an alternate to the National Committee.
Okay, Gerald Schneider. Gerald Schneider, can you unmute and quickly introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Jake Schneider, and I currently reside in Oshkosh temporarily, blaming on COVID. And former DPUS treasurer, former Wisconsin Green Party treasurer, former Lake Winnebago Greens treasurer, and I'm retired. And I'm supposed to be in Jamaica, but I'm here, blaming on COVID. Yes.
Thanks for choosing us. Barb Eisenberg.
Hi, can you hear me? No.
Yes.
Barb Eisenberg, pronoun she, her. I am in River West, Milwaukee. I've been a longtime member since 2000 and currently serving as the Greater Milwaukee Green Party treasurer. I'm feeling bad for Jake not being in Jamaica. Pass.
Jeff.
Jeff Reese from Fond du Lac in the Winnebago area, and been a member for 5 years. He pronouns and with the elections committee. Pass.
Dotsa Zeps.
Hey all, I'm Dotsa Zeps. I reside in Michigan. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm just visiting. Want to hear what's going on in Wisconsin. And as I come out of my 1.5 or 2-year hiatus, looking to partnership with people around water issues. Thanks.
Well, so your former co-chair, it's wonderful to see you, Dotsa, and friend. Bill?
I'm not antisocial. My camera is not working. From Milwaukee, I've been state treasurer, I think about 3 years now, and also active on the membership committee.
Okay. Melissa?
Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa. My pronouns are she, her. I live in the Madison area, and I am on the IT committee.
Thanks. Sam Michael?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? My name's Sam. I hope my thing is not lagging too badly. He, him pronouns. I'm from Milwaukee, and I was elected to the I was elected as a secretary last meeting. So, hey, everyone.
Thanks, Sam. Your audio is a little choppy, but hopefully it won't be an issue. Then Randy?
Hey, good afternoon, or I should say, it's almost afternoon here. Just wanted to tune into the Wisconsin Green Party. As you know, I'm down here in Florida, and looking forward to hearing all your good stuff and Jill Stein's speech.
Thanks. Patrick?
Happy Saturday, all. I'm Patrick Heck. I use he, him pronouns. I'm an alder in the city of Madison, and I plan to pop in and out of this meeting as I can today. It's nice to be here and to see you all. Thanks.
Thanks. Samba?
Hello, good morning. My name is Sambo Balde. I live in the Madison area and represent Assembly District 48. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, great to see you all here. And maybe some more folks will be joining us. And in case you know of anyone who's trying to get in, let's make sure everyone has the correct Zoom link. So we had a little hiccup with that. But yeah, once again, I'm Dave Schwab. I'm a co-chair of the Wisconsin Green Party. Since others mentioned, I'm also a national committee delegate, and I will be running again for co-chair today. And yeah, I just wanted to give a quick word of introduction before we get started here. It won't take too much time, but basically, I think we're in a potential tipping point right now, because there are several things that are going on, I think, at the same time. One is that people are waking up to the fact that the two-party system just structurally can't solve our problems. This kind of continual lesser evil voting has allowed corporate interests to consolidate power in both parties. And basically has resulted in governments over and over again that put profits over people, planet, and peace. And we're seeing with the Biden administration broken promises on economic justice, on climate justice, on social justice. And people are realizing that the system itself is constructed in such a way to prevent progress. And we see polls showing record dissatisfaction with the two-party system, record hunger for a new party, especially among young people. And the country is changing, but the political system remains stuck in the past. Another thing that we're seeing is the acceleration of the climate crisis. We felt it this year. Temperatures in Wisconsin were well above normal. We saw raging wildfires out west, record droughts, major storms, flooding from Louisiana all the way to the eastern seaboard. Unfortunately, this is all going to get worse. We saw the worst heat wave ever in the Pacific Northwest, with truly scary temperatures. A town in British Columbia, Canada hit 121 degrees Fahrenheit and then burst into flames and burned to the ground. So, and this is early stages of climate change. The latest that I've heard is that the agreements from COP26, or you could say the inaction from COP26, has us on a trajectory for something like 2.4 degrees Celsius of warming. It's almost 5 degrees Fahrenheit. And the consequences of that would be terrifying. We're also seeing a growing movement for ranked choice voting, for proportional representation, for electoral reform. And that goes hand in hand with the dissatisfaction with the two-party system. and the realization that politics as usual isn't solving our problems. So I think that now is a great time to be green. We need to really focus on the task of organizing and building the party. And that's why everyone is here. And so thank you for being here. So I promise I'd be brief. So let's move on and go to the first items on the agenda, which are our reports. So we'll go around and have some very brief reports. And I will pass it off since I've been speaking, forego my co-chair report for now, and just pass it off to our committees. So if we could just hear from Elections Committee, and let's try to keep these to 2 minutes or less, just considering that we got a little bit of a late start.
Hi, everyone. I definitely want to reach out to everybody and hopefully get some folks interested in elections next year. It's going to be 2022, which means we have local elections. Pretty much many of our cities and towns have all of their their officials up for election. We have U.S. Congress positions up for election, and most of our statewide offices as well, including the big four. Obviously, we've got our gubernatorial election this year, and that is what we usually use to get our ballot status and keep that ballot status is the statewide elections. So these are really important elections for us to be involved in. And so we're looking for candidates. We're also working on updating a lot of things on our website so that it makes it easier for us to interface with candidates, and to make sure that we're talking with candidates and talking with people who would like to be candidates in a really easy and brief way so that we can get those questions answered if people are interested in running for office. So that's really what's happening in the Elections Committee. And we'd love to have more of you reaching out and getting involved in all of the things that we need to do to make to give people those choices in the next year. So that would be if people would like to petition, there will be plenty of petitioning opportunities to get involved in the election committee itself, and to obviously run for office. There are hundreds and hundreds of offices up for election next year. And I think that so many of us don't really think of ourselves as people who could be in those offices. But I mean, look at the people who are in them now and think of all of the great things that you can do if you are in that office, either local or countywide, statewide. Definitely don't sell yourself short. Don't sell your community members short, because we really could do some great things in these positions. So with that, I'll pass, and I put my email in the chat if anybody would like to talk about elections with me in particular. Obviously, you can also visit our website and browse around at our resources as well, and join the Elections Committee there. Thanks.
Thanks, Barbara. Okay. Next up is Membership Committee. So I know that Patty isn't here right now. Do we have someone who could give a Membership Committee report, or should we skip over that one for now and send out a written report later?
I would say a written report.
Okay, sounds good. So next up is Finance.
Tom is going to screen share the financial report for the last year. Hopefully this will work. And I'll start talking, even while we're waiting for it to come up. Our financial assets grew somewhat over the last year by about $2,600. It should be noted that all of our income comes from our members and supporters through dues and donations. Especially important has been the number of sustaining members who give $5, $10, $20 a month, whatever they can afford to keep the organization going. An unexpected consequence of the pandemic was a savings in our expenses. Online organizing is simply less expensive than in-person organizing. For better or for worse, that's just the situation. So overall, we're doing pretty well financially. It would be good if we had more resources, of course. We could hire staff. We could provide higher levels of financial support to our candidates. But nonetheless, we are moving in the right direction, and we do have a strong financial base for the organization going forward. So you can see here some of our expenses for, oh boy, this is all jumbled, isn't it? In any case, we spent a bunch of money and we took in a bunch of money, and we're about $2,600 ahead for the year. Pass.
Great. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the good news. All right, so as Communications Committee Chair, I'll give a brief report. Yeah, so we have been understaffed, I could say, but we've been working to put out emails, newsletters, social media posts as we can. Communications Committee could certainly use more help in a number of ways, from graphic design to research to writing. So yeah, please let me know if you're interested, and we'll talk a little bit more about committee, getting appointed to a committee later. So Platform and Policy Committee would be next. I'm not, unless our co-chairs have joined, I don't think we currently have our Platform and Policy Committee co-chairs. So, just briefly, Platform and Policy is the committee that works on amending our platform, as well as coming out with policy statements. And that's another one where we are looking for more people to help out with, so we can put out more policy statements on timely issues. So yeah, if folks are interested in that, again, we'll talk in a little bit about joining committees. So IT committee would be next.
Okay, we have a new person, Kay, joining. You want to keep an eye. All right, I'll set the timer here. I have on my screen the kind of the routine. Okay, Kay's trying to join again. Routine task. Yeah, so there's infrastructure that just has to be maintained. We've got a Google Drive with permissions and folders, and the website itself needs maintenance, and the database, that kind of thing. So there's just like overhead every month. Also supporting the Zoom meetings, doing mail blasts, doing Zoom recordings and live streaming, calendar updates, managing Google groups, handling all the accounts, and OPA vote, setting up ranked choice voting, although we don't do, that's more of a shared across. Okay, other stuff in this last few months. Let's see, we dabbled or explored the idea of a discussion listserv from both the technical and the workability / social engineering side. That hasn't been worked through, but we worked at that. let's see. We looked into another enhancing the database privacy policy. We just had a brief. We looked at Texas's privacy policy for the database. We want to ensure that people can rest assured about their data being properly maintained, not shared out. And then a new goal is to document all the stuff I know, and so that there's no single person that's irreplaceable. The last thing, we converted the old wiki to the new format, the old Google Wiki. So pass.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, and so then for our national committee, we can give a quick national committee report. So yeah, basically since the last time we met, one of the major issues facing the national committee was the question of the Georgia Green Party. The Georgia Green Party executive had put out some statements that were considered to be against trans rights, and there was a dispute with the Lavender Caucus, which eventually came down to a decision, a decision about whether to revoke the Georgia Green Party status as a member of the Green Party US, and that was passed. So basically Greens in Georgia are currently in the process of reorganizing a party that is in line with the platform and values of the national party. Aside from that, it has been fairly quiet. We do have a platform cycle coming up. Proposed platform amendments have been submitted, so that will make for some interesting discussion and debate. That hasn't started yet. I would say most of the other issues before the national committee have been fairly kind of administrative inside ball. I'm happy to answer questions that anyone has, but I think that's kind of the bird's eye view. Tom, you have anything to add?
No, I think I can be under a minute on this. Yeah, I did spend a tremendous amount of time on the issue of Georgia, and I don't think we need to bring all that up. Other than that, yeah, I've been, I think, doing, for the most part, due diligence. There's a period, just so people understand it, there's proposals that come up, they're almost like laws, and you get a period of, often it's like a 2-week discussion period after the proposal shows up in their database. And then there's a period of about a week where people can vote, and you can literally make a vote and change your vote right up until the last second of the voting period. So made an effort to stay on track with that. I have not made every vote, but as Dave said, it hasn't been too controversial or active in the last 6 weeks or so. Pass.
Okay, so we still have local chapter reports, but I just wanted to pause for a second because we have a few new people who've joined us. I see Steve, Aaron, Marcia, and Kay, and I just wanted to give you a quick chance to introduce yourself. If you just want to say your name, where you're joining us from, what pronouns you use, any positions that you have in terms of the party or your community. And I'll ask Steve to start. Steve, if you're there, can you unmute? Oh, okay.
I'm in Milwaukee.
Okay, well, welcome.
Thank you.
Aaron. Aaron, if you're there, do you want to unmute and introduce yourself? Oh, I'm not seeing Aaron. Let's go to Marcia.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Madison, she, her, but just left a 14-year travels as on the Madison City Council and sponsored by the Four Lakes Green Party. I'm feeling a little sick today, so I'm sorry I'm late and might not really be here 100%. Thank you. Pass.
Thanks, Marcia. Thanks for joining us. Hope you feel better. Aaron, are you able to unmute and introduce yourself? If not, that's fine.
Hi, sorry, my name's Erin Camacho. I couldn't figure out my unmute button. But I am from Western Wisconsin, live over in Buffalo County. I am a citizen of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and just a fellow community member here in Wisconsin, and happy to be with you all. Thanks.
Great. Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, and if anyone doesn't have audio, feel free to just introduce yourself in the chat. Okay, so now let's go to local chapter reports. Sam Chance, could you give us a quick report from the Four Lakes Green Party?
Sure thing. I didn't have a report prepared.
We can come back to Four Lakes if someone from.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Someone from the Greater Milwaukee Green Party, maybe Greg, want to give a chapter report?
Sure. So can I share my screen to do this?
Sure.
Okay.
See, we might have to make you a co-host.
No problem. You could, it's.
Oh, okay. We're good.
Okay, so our annual goals this year are development, activities to promote local growth, party growth. Treasurer, outreach, membership, and information technology are leading on that annual goal. 4 dues-paying members was our measure of success on that one. Our second annual goal is voter suppression access as a priority to work on. Elections committee leads on that. And our third annual goal is Milwaukee Anti-Racist Green New Deal, work on that. And outreach membership committee leads on that one. We have 4 active committees. Information technology, Tom Rodman is the chairperson. Elections, Barbara Dahlgren is the chairperson. Outreach membership, Mike McCallister is the chairperson. Agenda committee, Greg Banks and Mike McCallister do that. And the reason we do that is we only meet 12 times a year, so we felt it was important to prioritize that. Our most consistent coalition partners have been 350 Milwaukee, which Julie Enslow is going to be participating with us today as a speaker on the panel. That's an international divestment organization. We have other coalition partners, but one of our members is requesting that we only acknowledge coalition partners in this kind of a way if they actually work with Greater Milwaukee Green Party, not just us working with them. So many of us have other coalitions that we work with, but 350 Milwaukee is pretty much the one that works with us as well. And then line 3, Indigenous Resistance, that's kind of iffy because Winona LeDuc was our vice presidential candidate years ago, but I don't know if we can count them as working with us at this point in time. So we do have more, but they are not supporting the Green Party right now. They're more still stuck with the Democrats. Support for the candidates this year. Barbara, could you help me with that? I know Alex Brower for sure, but was Angelito Tenorio a candidate that we supported, or was that last year? And was there- Go ahead.
We supported Angelito in his race for alderman, but we are not supporting him in his state race because he's moved to the Democratic Party. And he's running for state treasurer this year. Alex Brower, we supported him for Milwaukee City Comptroller, but that was 2 years ago, not this last year, but the year before. And then he ran for a school board this spring, and he was very close to winning the race, but he was down just by a few percentage points. So he's getting much, much closer as an open socialist in Milwaukee, running. That's pretty fantastic. And we hope to see him run for more offices and other people who are, calling themselves openly socialists running for offices, because this, it's no longer one of those things that people are afraid to hear anymore, in large part. So we're really hopeful in the next year or two for these local and state races, with candidates, really dynamic candidates like Alex. Pass.
Thanks, Barbara. We've also increased our paid membership this year, but I'm not sure of the data on how many at this time. I didn't have time to check into that, sorry. One of our important needs to build our party in Milwaukee is a local media rep. Somebody keep the media list on Google Drive and then develop that list. And Mike McCallister has offered to train that person. So if you're looking for a job, volunteer job. We've recently partnered with the Wisconsin Green Party Coordinating Council to work together on team skills, team building. We have buttons and t-shirts as of yesterday. If anyone would like to purchase these items, and the local party has purchased the book, All We Can Save, sorry. And this was written by 60 women climate activist leaders. And it tells how to talk about climate change with people so that we can really engage with people. Pass.
Great, thank you, Greg. So just going off what Barbara was talking about, one thing I wanted to mention in my opening remarks is that the Green Party has calculated the information on our success in elections over the years. And so we now have found that Greens have won almost 1,300 elections, which makes the Green Party the most successful independent left party since the Socialist Party of Eugene Debs. And Milwaukee is famous for being the last major city to have a socialist mayor, actually from the Socialist Party. So I think, there's definitely a lot of potential for us to pick up that mantle. So I will throw it over to Sam now. And I know that technically you're the Congressional District 2 rep. So, I can help chime in on the Four Lakes Green Party report if you want, but I'll throw it to you, Sam.
Sure thing. Yeah. So over the past year or so, we've been involved in organizing around local issues. The F-35. We organized the Medicare for All march in Madison. We've been engaging in some broader left coalition building around Dane County with some other left-oriented groups. And just trying to you know, build up the local chapter and keep things active. I'll toss it back to Dave.
Yeah, I'd also meant, even though I think we talked about in the spring, you know, we did support a number of candidates in local elections here, and we had at least 5 win city council races, including Patrick Heck, who's here with us, yeah, as well as several others. And you know, that election had its ups and downs, and we had sort of unprecedented amount of big dark money spending from right-wing sources, you know, and particularly around police issues. There was a big sort of reactionary current that wasn't very well covered in the local media. But despite that, we did manage to get good people elected. And yeah, as Sam mentioned, we're cooperating even more closely with other left groups to, you know, really build independent of the local power structure. So that's exciting. And yeah, so now that we've gone through our reports, I wanted to remind everyone that you know, just to make sure that you're up on your dues today, since you know, we need to make sure that people are current on their dues before they can vote in our internal decision making in elections. So if you know you need to renew your dues, please do that. If you're not sure, you can message our treasurer, Bill Breihan, you know, just to ask about your status. And yeah, just everyone make sure that your dues are paid, you know, by the end of this meeting. All right, so we have one more person who's just joined us. So Dusty, I'll hand it over to you for just a minute to introduce yourself quickly. If you could let us know your name, where you're joining us from, your pronouns, you know, any positions you have in the party or, you know, in your community. Dusty, go ahead. Also, any positions that you are seeking. If you can unmute. Okay. It's possible Dusty is not able to unmute right now, but Mary, would you like to unmute and introduce yourself real quick? Okay, not hearing from Mary either. So if you're not able to unmute, then please introduce yourself in the chat. And someone is saying the bylaws, proposed bylaws changes. Okay, I'm not sure why they're not on the fall gathering page. I thought that the proposed changes were on that page. Somehow maybe the page reverted to an older version. So I know they were in the newsletter, so we can pull them out of there. That will just take a minute. Sorry about that. Okay. And Another issue is that Joe Nathan Kingfisher has not joined the meeting. And he was the sponsor of the proposed bylaws change. Okay. I found it. Should be able to copy and paste it into the meeting chat. Sorry for the delay. Okay. So, as I mentioned, this was proposed by Joe Nathan Kingfisher. He's not here right now, but so I guess we can just introduce it and then open any discussion. After that, we'll have a break and then we'll start elections. So, according to the usual process, the proposal will be brought for discussion at the fall gathering and then brought for decision at the spring 2021 gathering with possible revisions based on the discussion. So the proposed changes to Article 10, discrimination, Section 1 conduct, to eliminate the phrase or mental. So currently, discrimination on the basis of sex, race, age, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, ethnicity, culture, national origin, social and economic class, educational level, color, immigration status, size, family status, or mental or physical ability, and the conduct of the affairs of the Wisconsin Green Party is prohibited. So I won't read the entire thing again. It would just change the final clause to or physical ability instead of or mental or physical ability. So just or physical ability and the conduct of the affairs of the Wisconsin Green Party is prohibited. So that's the proposal. So we can open the discussion now. So if you'd like to speak, please type the word stack into the chat. We'll look at who is on the stack and try to call on people in order. We will try to prioritize people who haven't spoken yet on the item, or generally people who haven't spoken as much. So I see Sam Chance and Sam Michael. Go ahead, Sam Chance.
Yeah, so I just want to register my opposition to this bylaws change. First of all, I think it's very offensive. It's extremely discriminatory. It would potentially preclude my participation based on circumstances in my life. Besides that, I don't really understand what the motivation behind it is. From my perspective, it kind of came out of nowhere. And I immediately questioned it, but the sponsor, Joe Nathan of the proposal, said that he wanted to have the discussion. So we're having the discussion. From my perspective, this is not a discussion that a progressive or really any political party should be having. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Pass.
Okay. So next on the stack is Sam Michael, and then we have Tom.
Is my audio better?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't necessarily, would I have to agree with Sam Chance that this resolution should not be passed? It does kind of seem like it discriminates against people who are with mental disabilities. I don't necessarily have the document in front of me, so I can't necessarily talk too much about it, but I definitely would be worried about it excluding those with mental illnesses. And I think that's definitely not something the Green Party should stand for. Pass.
Okay, so Tom is up next.
Yeah, I'm in general agreement with everyone else. If he was trying to get to something, then it seems to me he should have made the language, you know, he's got a specific thing in mind. Why doesn't he just use, by adding one word, you know, it's not clear what he's intending. Now, elections take care to some degree of the issue of competence, right? I mean, it's a democratic thing, and we're not all going to be interrogated as to why we voted the way we voted. So you could argue that, you know, you want the most, is it wrong to pick the most competent person for a position? And, you know, is that one of the factors? You know, maybe it is, but yeah, I just don't, I think it is awkward. Pass.
Okay, so the next person on the stack registered as host, I'm not sure who that is. So if you want to identify yourself, you can take your place in the stack. Otherwise, we'll go to Mike.
I'm not seeing host. I think that's Melissa who is next on the stack.
Oh, okay. Melissa, is that you?
Yes, that's me. I don't know why I'm showing up as host. I'm showing up as me on mine. Anyway, I just want to basically agree with what Sam Chance and Sam Michael and Tom, they've all made excellent points, and I also would oppose this change because it does open the potential to discriminate against certain forms of mental illness or neurodivergent people, and I don't believe that it's in the interest of the party to make that change, because we shouldn't be discriminating against anyone. And also, I'm not clear, like I don't understand the motivation behind making this change pass.
Okay, Barbara.
Yeah,
And then Mike.
I just wanted to express my opposition to this as well. I don't think that it's appropriate to discriminate against people based on mental ability in this party. And really, I think that we still have a huge problem in society where we think that you know, there's a specific thing that we think of as mental disability that prevents people from being able to do anything socially. And that's just not the case. People have all kinds of different abilities and disabilities mentally, physically, and emotionally. And it's just not appropriate to tell some people that they can't be part of a democratic society, either within a party or just in general. We've had these conversations before about who can vote and who can't vote in our country based on supposed mental ability. And we stopped doing that because it was wrong for that, and it's wrong for us now. So with that, I'll pass.
Okay, so Mike is next on the stack. I'm just going to say, because we are running behind on time. After Mike, I'd say if anyone has a different viewpoint, then please feel free to get on the stack and share that. Otherwise, it feels like we may have kind of a consensus among the group. Mike, go ahead. Mike, are you there? Are you able to unmute?
And of course,
McCallister?
trying to be brief, I didn't unmute. I'll try to be brief. I support the existing language. I'm really disappointed Joe Nathan isn't here to explain the reasons for this. We should vote.
Okay, so just to clarify, the normal process is not to vote. However, given the opposition to this, I suppose there could be a motion not to move this forward to the next phase. If someone wants to make such a motion, typically we have one meeting for discussion, and at the next meeting we make a decision. However, like I said, if someone wanted to bring a motion to, not move this forward to decision at the next meeting.
Barb has done so.
Okay, so Barbara says, I would move not to advance this proposal for a formal vote consensus procedure this spring. Michael Childer seconded. All right, so I guess, people have already spoken about the, so if anyone else would like to get on the stack quickly, otherwise we can just have a vote on whether to move this forward or not. So I'll give just a few seconds here if anyone wants to get on the stack.
Tom Stack.
Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering if there's a chance he may join later. I mean, it's been quite a while, but is that something we should consider? Say he joins in a half an hour. I mean, do you want to wait an hour just to let him talk? It's a judgment call, obviously.
I mean, we've already been here, we've been in this meeting for an hour and 15 minutes and we haven't heard from Joe Nathan. The agenda was already sent out. So, I think we need to stick to the agenda.
Fair enough. Pass.
So, are there any concerns? That is there any, are there any objections to the proposal to not move this forward? That is, there's a proposal to not move it forward. Does anyone disagree?
Tom Stack.
Go ahead.
Just a procedural thing that if he wanted to get this back into discussion, we have this big gap in between meetings, and I would just like to have a mechanism to introduce something for discussion for the next meeting, so we don't have to go for a cycle of, such a long period of time. So I'm just throwing that out there, because can you go over the normal process is what you come up with a proposed bylaws change, put it in writing, and then you have to wait till the next membership meeting. There's a discussion period that effectively lasts until the next gathering, and then there's a vote. Do I have an understanding of it? pass.
So I just copied the relevant section of our bylaws, which is very basic. So the process isn't totally fleshed out in there. We actually have an informal unwritten process of the discussion, one meeting for discussion, one meeting for decision. So we could write this out, but I think, you know, it's not, the process is not what's the question is right now. So I agree we need to flesh out the process a little bit more, but that's not why we're here right now. So yeah, so again, I want to call the question. If anyone has objections to stopping this proposal, then let us know. Otherwise, we'll say that we have consensus to not move it forward. Okay. Well, yeah, not seeing any objections. It seems that we have consensus to not move this proposal forward. Okay, so thanks everyone. So it's 11:20. We're a little behind schedule, but I think we made up some time. So let's take a 5-minute break and then reconvene at 11:25 and we can start our elections. So yeah, see you back here at 11:25.
He was there with us because the letter was in his pocket, right next to the ring.
Ms. McCallister, let me start by saying that you certainly left a mark on this earth. May I mirror your daughter? It is more than a ring. It's love. Introducing a closely different collection, inspired by our extraordinary love stories.
ESPN college football is going to USAA. This Veterans Day, we invite you to honor all who serve. Simple act to show your thanks. See how at usaa.com/Veterans Day and Pizza Hut. Order today at pizzahut.com. Greg Washington's Blackhawks fly over the stadium before the game today with Patriot parachute team out. So Wisconsin
Hey everyone. All right, so hope you enjoyed your break. So now we are back. It's 11:25, so we're about 20 minutes behind schedule. Let's see if we can make up some more time. The next item on the agenda is officer elections. So we'll have self-nominations and short candidate speeches. Candidates will be finalized at this meeting. Ballots will be sent by email to all dues-paying members in good standing following the meeting. So again, this meeting will finalize both the candidates on the ballot and the voters who are eligible to vote. That is dues-paying members in good standing, people who have paid their dues within the last 12 months, or who are still in the 1-month grace period if their dues have expired. So here's how we'll do it. We will go down the list of positions that are open. We will introduce any self-nominations that have already happened. We'll give people the chance to self-nominate. Then we'll read candidate statements that people have sent, or give them a chance to make a short pitch. Then we'll open up discussion. If people want to share their thoughts on that position, then we'll move on to the next position and repeat the process. If anyone has any questions, feel free to get on the stack. Otherwise, we can just get started. So the first position is for co-chair. My term as co-chair is up. I am self-nominating to run for co-chair again. Do we have any other self-nominations for the open co-chair seat? All right, well, if anyone would like to self-nominate, then you can get on the stack. I'll just give my short pitch. I'm Dave Schwab. I have been with the Green Party since I registered to vote in 2004. I've been involved with many, many Green campaigns over the years. Some highlights are helping out Howie Hawkins in 2010 with social media, working on Jill Stein's campaigns in 2012 and 2016, working on the Lisa Savage for US Senate campaign in 2020. I've gathered quite a lot of ballot access signatures in Wisconsin, including in 2020, the year when the Democrats used the Wisconsin Elections Commission to throw us off the ballot. So been through a lot. I'm involved with with my local party, the Four Lakes Green Party, and have worked with a lot of campaigns and candidates here in Madison. I'm involved with the National Green Party on the media committee, platform committee, and the national committee. And as I mentioned before, I think that now is a very great time to be green. It's an important time to be green. I feel like there's a lot of good things happening within the party as a whole, and I want Wisconsin to be part of that. So that's my pitch. Not seeing anyone else self-nominate for co-chair. So let's move on to the next. Operations treasurer. So Bill Breihan had to step out because he had a scheduling conflict, but Bill has, I'm sorry, I skipped the discussion totally. Would anyone like to be on the stack to discuss the co-chair election? Sam Chance, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give a pitch for Dave. He's led the party through a busy and also pretty chaotic and tumultuous year. I think he's done an excellent job. He's remained, calm through very stressful situations. So just wanted to give a little endorsement there. Pass.
Thanks, Sam. So Greg is on stack.
I would also like to support Dave in his bid for spokesperson. I think a lot of times we don't know a lot of the things that the co-chair does that are maybe for individual Green Party members, that kind of thing. So, yeah, really appreciate your work, Dave. And also, could you explain our diversity part of the co-chair thing? We usually have gender balance if we can get it. Pass.
Sure. So, getting a little bit of echo here. Yeah, so in the coordinating count in the bylaws, it says all efforts will be made to maintain gender balance and ethnic balanced representation. Yeah, so as well as under officers, all efforts shall be made to balance the officers regionally and by gender. Yeah, so does that answer the question?
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Anyone else for the stack regarding the co-chair election? Okay. So not seeing any, so let's move on to operations treasurer, which is the next open position. So that's one of two treasurer positions that we have. Bill Breihan is the incumbent, and he is self-nominated to run again. Is there anyone else who is wants to self-nominate for operations treasurer? Okay, not hearing any. Is there anyone who wants to get on the stack for discussion? All right, I'll just put myself on stack quickly to say that I think Bill has done a fantastic job as treasurer. He's been very reliable, and as we heard from the report, our finances are doing well. And yeah, I think Bill will do a great job. Okay, so next is elections treasurer, our second treasurer position, which is currently open. Do we have any self-nominations for the elections treasurer position? So elections treasurer, just in case anyone is thinking about it, give a quick rundown of the responsibilities. Also, the elections treasurer works closely with the operations treasurer. So even if you don't have experience, that's okay. It's a good way to learn. The elections treasurer maintains the elections bank account and makes disbursements. Well, we currently only have one bank account, so you can disregard that, but makes disbursements from that account upon authorization of the coordinating council, basically disbursements to endorse candidates and ballot access drives and the like. And the election treasurer shall maintain the contributions database and shall file all campaign finance reports for the state party with the state elections board, the Federal Election Commission, and the Internal Revenue Service. So that sounds fun. Do we have anyone interested in self-nominating for the elections treasurer position? Okay, we may have to leave that one open for the moment. So next up is the recording secretary. So the recording secretary shall take and prepare written minutes of all membership and coordinating council meetings. A membership meeting being like this, our fall gathering or spring gathering, and our monthly coordinating council meetings. The recording secretary shall make sure all members of the coordinating council receive copies of the minutes within 1 week after each council meeting. And the recording secretary shall maintain the official minutes of the organization. So this is an important job. It's not difficult, but it's important.
The
Do
13th.
you have any?
Saturday the 13th.
Do we have any anyone who is interested in self-nominating for the recording secretary position?
Barbara Stack.
Go ahead.
I'll self-nominate. I was hoping to get rid of some of my positions, although I have been helping out with the secretary's position for quite a while. Whenever there's not a secretary, I've been happy to help out with that. Also, I have several file boxes in my house of old records that I've been already beginning to input into our system and work on our website to make sure that we are transparent with our membership. So self-nominating would kind of be a continuation of doing that kind of stuff. And so I'll pass.
Okay, thanks, Barb. So we have a self-nomination. Would anyone else like to self-nominate for recording secretary? I keep the stack open, but Barb, do you want to say anything else about your candidacy?
I guess in case you don't know much about who I am, I've already served as co-chair of this organization before, and on the coordinating council, I've been a Green Party member since basically when I graduated high school in 2009. And I try to be really reliable and show up, which is really the most important part of being the secretary, so that notes can be taken and sent off. So that's a little bit about me. Pass.
Thanks. Okay. Not seeing any other self-nominations. Is there any discussion about the recording secretary election? All right, well, not seeing anyone in the stack. Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Let's move on to correspondence secretary. The bylaws stipulate that the corresponding secretary should be in Madison, or that they maintain a post office box for accepting mail for the organization in a place approved by the coordinating council, which is our PO box in Madison. So the position is currently open. I have been the one checking the PO box. It can get busy during ballot access drives. Most of the rest of the year, most of our correspondence is online, not by mail. But, if anyone is interested, also if folks can mute, we've got a little background noise. So would anyone like to self-nominate for corresponding secretary? Okay. Not seeing any, so why don't we keep moving? So next up is National Committee. So we decided to consolidate our National Committee elections into one. Instead of having two separate elections for delegates and alternates, we will have one election for National Committee using ranked choice voting, as we always do. And the top two vote getters will have the first option of choosing to be delegates. However, they also have the option of choosing to be alternate. And if they would do that, then the opportunity to be a delegate, a full delegate, would then pass the next highest vote getter. Hopefully that makes sense, but it's just a way to make this more efficient. So I believe we already have some self-nominations for National Committee. Both Tom and I are running again, I believe. I believe Sam Chance also self-nominated for National Committee.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. And I believe Mike McCallister also self-nominated for National Committee.
Yes.
Okay, do we have any other self-nominations for National Committee?
Stack.
Go ahead.
I'd like to self-nominate also.
Okay. So Melissa Minkoff is also self-nominated for National Committee. There's a question. We have two delegates, two alternates. Yes, that is correct. We currently have two delegates and two alternates. Okay, so do we have any other self-nominations for our National Committee? I guess we can leave it open, but let's start with the candidate speeches. So would anyone like to start?
I mean, I can go first, just to get the ball rolling. All right. Yeah, so I'm self-nominating to be a national committee delegate. I've served on the state party coordinating council for the past year. I've enjoyed the ability to be involved with the decision making within the party. I've been witness to the national committee, and I would really love to get involved there as well. You know, the practice of what would you even call it? You know, democratic governance, being involved in these big morass kind of conversations, digging into issues and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I love it. And it seems like that's what's going on the national committee. For some folks, that might be a deterrent. For me, it is an incentive. So if elected as a delegate or as an alternate, I will very enthusiastically pursue the role. Pass.
Thanks, Sam. Would anyone like to go next?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
I'm Mike McCallister. I've been an active Green this whole century. I have served as an alternate delegate to the National Committee for the last 2 years. I want to be on the National Committee because I believe the Green Party can grow and meet the massive challenges facing us by focusing its energies on participating in the most important social movements for people and planet. We need to elect more candidates that stand on our values, principles, and strategies. I also want to bring some of the practical party building techniques that we have learned in Wisconsin that has kept us alive and thriving for the last, gosh, almost 30 some years. I won't share a quick story. This is an important position, and I think I can represent Wisconsin well. Pass.
Thanks, Mike. All right. Would anyone like to go next?
Stack, I'll go if that's fine.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks, Dave. So as everyone remembers from my introduction, I'm Melissa Minkoff. I currently serve on the IT committee with the Wisconsin Green Party, and this is my second year officially with the Green Party. However, I have a long history of political activism with Green Aligned causes and campaign work with Green Aligned causes. I've learned a lot about the local process during my time with the Green Party, and I would welcome the opportunity to learn more at a larger level, which is why I've nominated for this position. Pass.
Great, thank you.
Well, I can go. Okay, try not to talk too long here. Just looking at the time. So yeah, I think roughly around 2014 or so is when I became more active in the Green Party. And I've been on the national committee for the last year. And just for people who don't know, well, I guess, I'm invested in it, and it's a learning process, and reaching a level of competency takes a while, takes hours of effort. And then just to keep up with it, I would say it's about a 4-hour per week commitment to read the listserv and do the votes. And some weeks I did a lot more than that, and of course other weeks I didn't do that. So I think I have a fairly good process worked out for dealing with the volume of email. You probably want to get on 2 different email lists. And yeah, I'm interested in the process itself, the Green Party platform, which is really complex, the steering committee and what it does, the budget, all the policy issues, not all the policy issues, but I'm interested in foreign policy and finance and the banking committee. I've been on the CC for I think at least the last couple of years, and I'm on the IT committee and a number of other committees, and I did serve as an alternate. So when you're an alternate, you're on the listserv, and you can potentially learn a lot with that. And then there's also a chance to network with other delegates, which Dave has helped me out with, getting to know who's who, because sometimes you're doing internal elections. And all right, that's 2 minutes. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So the last candidate is me. I already spoke a little bit about my involvement with the Green Party in my co-chair speech. I've been on the national committee since last year, and I've enjoyed it. I enjoy being part of the big discussions about the national party. I believe the success of the national party is closely tied to the success of our state and local parties. I see a lot of encouraging developments that I want to encourage and be a part of. So I mentioned I'm on the National Media Committee, on the National Platform Committee. I've written over the years many platform amendments, including this year. Many of them have made their way into our national platform. I am involved with efforts to try to increase the scope of our communications and outreach, and especially to reach younger people who I believe are more receptive to the green message. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I was a founding member of the Green Party US Youth Caucus, which is now known as the Young Eco-Socialists. And that has really grown and become a great space for bringing young people into the party. And this year, one of the national committee achievements that I forgot to mention is that we elected new steering committee members, and we now have the most young Greens on our national steering committee that we've ever had. So I think that's something to be proud of, that we're a party that where young people are able to not only see a party that cares about them and their issues, but are able to take an active part. And I think that's how we'll grow nationally and here in Wisconsin. So I'd be happy to continue on the national committee. Pass. Okay, so unless we have anyone else who wants to self-nominate for national committee, please go on the stack. If you do, then we can open our discussion period here. So if anyone would like to discuss, then please get on the stack. Okay, I see Greg, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to ask Dave, do we need to know if somebody only wants to be a delegate, they don't want to be an alternate delegate, or will that be on the ballot? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a good question. So if somebody only wanted to be a delegate, didn't want to be an alternate, then they would have the option of just, if they don't win one of the delegate spots, they could turn down the alternate spot. And basically, then they would not be an alternate either. And I don't know if, it would be up to the candidates if they wanted to state that explicitly. But yeah, again, the way that we have it set up, the top 2 vote getters will have the first choice to be delegates. They can also choose to be alternates, and then the next highest vote getter would get the chance to be a delegate. And that's how we're going to do it. But people can always, if they're elected and they, for whatever reason, they don't want the position they get, they could always turn it down. So any other questions or discussion? Barbara? Dahlgren?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about this position and how important it is for us. The National Committee is really how our state party connects on the national level. And our state is one of those weird ones where we don't have party registration like California and New York, and so many other very large green parties that like to think of themselves, it seems to me anyway, that they're like the leaders of GPUS. So sometimes it makes us seem a lot quieter, that we don't have a lot going on in Wisconsin. And I just wanted to impress upon all the people, all our whole membership, as well as the people who are running, that we really, when you all participate on the national committee level, that's really what helps to solidify us as a really good participant and a good state party. And so we really push you to be very active on that level as well. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thanks, Barb. Anyone else on stack for the National Committee election? Sam Chance, go ahead.
So I've been kind of sitting here struggling as to whether to bring this up, considering that I'm a candidate in this race and that, I don't want to run negative by any means. But I think that it should be mentioned that this past year on the National Committee, when there was a vote on the disaccreditation of the Georgia Green Party, we had pretty lengthy discussion on the Coordinating Council, and I had sought input from the membership in Congressional District 2 on the issue. We had come to a decision, which we voted on in the Coordinating Council, which then Tom chose to disregard entirely and vote against the stated wishes of the Coordinating Council in its role as a representative body for the party membership, and the party membership who, gave input on the issue itself. So I would have some concerns about Tom continuing in that role, specifically that in the future, if we have other issues which we go through a deliberative process on, if Tom has strong personal feelings on those issues, because he had done some independent research on them, I'd be concerned that he might choose to again defy the membership of the state party. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. I do think that Tom is a very active member. He's invested a lot of time into his national committee role, but I just have concerns about his lack of impartiality. Pass.
Okay, so we now have Tom and Kerri on the stack. So go ahead, Tom.
Okay, so sometimes I think about this, it's like I didn't choose that issue. The issue chose me. I did not know about the transgender. This is like a minefield. I'll probably use some incorrect terms, but I took it upon myself to put in a large amount of research to get an understanding of the Georgia disaccreditation issue and the due process or lack of due process that the National Committee went through to finally disaccredit them. And I followed my conscience and voted the way I did, and I defended the vote in writing. You can look at it, it's online. I'm not going to do that now. And I consulted with other delegates around the country. There are some Green parties that basically control their delegates through the state committee, where we do not have that in our bylaws. So I think I acted within my power, and yeah, if you're concerned about that, that would be then I would suggest you consider changing the bylaws also. So I spent the time researching it considerably in advance of the time that the coordinating council made their opinion known. That's just a chronological issue that has some impact. In any case, I think I'll pass at this point.
Okay, so next up is Kerri.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I just wanted to reiterate what Tom said here. As far as I'm aware, there is nothing in the bylaws that commits a delegate to vote according to anything but his own conscience and his own thought processes. There's nothing that grants the coordinating council the right to dictate how any delegate votes. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other, anyone else want to get on stack regarding the National Committee election? Just remind people we are now at 12:04, so we're a little behind schedule. We will definitely have a lunch break, but we do want to get through our elections first. So let's try to keep things quick if we can. All right, going once, going twice. All right, let's keep moving on our elections here. So next up, we have coordinating council representatives for districts 1 through 8. So that's for congressional districts. You can only run for CC rep in the, or this CC rep seat, you can only run for in your congressional district. You can only vote in your congressional district. So keep that in mind. So first up, we have District 1, and we'll go through these pretty quickly. In case we miss anyone, let us know if you want to self-nominate. But is there anyone
question?
CD1? Yeah, go ahead.
So we've got the at-large, and we've got the per district, and then we have the local chapter. If somebody's willing to be any one of those, I mean, I would self-nominate for any one of those, but I don't, does that, how do we work something like that out?
So today we have on the ballot the congressional district reps and the at-large reps. You can self-nominate for both. You can't take both seats. So if you were to win both elections, you would only be able to take one of the seats. And then local chapters at their next meeting will be able to elect a local chapter rep. So again, the same principle holds, you know, where you could run for the local chapter seat, but you can't have more than one seat on the coordinating council. So I hope that makes sense. Typically, the people who run for the local chapter reps will be people who aren't already on the CC. So today, if you want to self-nom for both your district rep and at-large, you can do that. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's clear. Thanks.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay. So for Congressional District 2, do we have anyone for Congressional District 2 who wants to self-nominate?
I'll self-nominate for Congressional District 2.
I will also self-nominate.
Okay. So Sam Chance and Melissa Minkoff. Tom self-nominates for CD4 or at large. So Tom, are you self-nominating for CD4 and at large? To clarify.
Well, or it can mean and. I mean, yeah, so and, right?
So both, okay. All right. I should also share, so people who have done this online, Justin Seis self-nominated for CD3, and we can open it up if anyone else wants to self-nominate for CD3. But since Justin had to work and couldn't be here, I'll read his statement real quick. So this is Justin Seis. I'd like to nominate myself for the Green Party Coordinating Committee as the representative of CD3. I've been involved in a variety of capacities with organizing efforts in the past. I've marched with striking workers, joined picket lines, participated in climate marches. I started a campus chapter of the Greens at UW Stevens Point. I've also been involved in political campaigns as a canvasser from local races up to congressional races. I'd like to join the CC to help bring my knowledge and perspective to the guidance of the state party and hopefully spark some party growth outside of the Madison and Milwaukee areas. So again, that was Justin Seis for CD3. Do we have anyone else who would like to run in CD3? Okay, not hearing any right now, so we'll keep moving. So for CD4, so Tom self-nominated. We'll give Tom a chance to talk. Well, I guess we'll give everyone a chance to make their pitch. Right now, we should just get the nominations open. I know Dusty Hartl is in the meeting, but apparently was having some audio problems. We do have a statement from Dusty, so I don't know, Dusty, are you able to connect with your audio now, or otherwise we can just read your statement? Okay, Dusty says statement is fine. Okay, so I'll read that now. So Dusty for CD4. My name is Dusty Hartl. I'm 25 years old, and I have been a dues-paying member of the Wisconsin Green Party for 2 years. I'm nominating myself to serve as the 4th Congressional District Representative. or to be an at-large member of the Coordinating Council. I studied political science at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. While I was there, I served on the Whitewater student government for 2 terms, 1 appointed and 1 elected. I was heavily involved in a variety of organizations that fought for justice for domestic violence survivors, LGBTQIA+ initiatives, and the rights of students on campus. Since leaving college, I've been working in property management, but I've been hoping to be more involved in local politics. I believe that I would make a great representative because I know how to organize. I've been organizing for most of my adult life. I believe that when you're so incredibly passionate about something such as politics, you can transfer that enthusiasm to others you encounter. Sorry, I got cut off there. So let me paste in the next part. Okay, this is how I was able to build a following of over 250,000 people on TikTok. I did this by listening to people, exciting them, and talking about topics that are important to them. I believe I could be in areas such as social media outreach and supporting the party in my district and across the state. As like many of those involved in the Green Party, I believe we need a more diverse and accepting party that truly believes in equality for all peoples. As a gay man, I believe that the Green Party has always been on the right side of history, from marriage equality and trans rights to environmental policy and the anti-war movement. I want to help people, and I'm willing to commit my time and energy towards building a stronger Green Party. It means my niece will grow up breathing clean air, drinking clean water, and having full autonomy of her body. Let's get to work. So again, that was Dusty Hartl, self-nominating for CD4 and at large. And I guess since I've been reading the candidate statements, can pause here and give other declared candidates a chance to introduce their candidacy. And then we'll continue with the nominations. So would any of the candidates, particularly Tom, Sam, and Melissa, like to say anything? You can also wait until the end of nominations.
I mean, I'll make a statement after we finish with the nominations.
Okay, sounds good. We can do it that way. So next up is District 5, Congressional District 5. Do we have any self-nominations?
I self-nominate for District 5.
Okay. Mike McCallister, Congressional District 5. Do we have anyone else for CD5? All right, well, we can keep moving on to CD6, Congressional District 6. Do we have any self-nominations for Coordinating Council, Congressional District 6? All right, not hearing any. Anyone from Congressional District 7 or 8? All right, and finally, at large, Coordinating Council seats. Do we have any more self-nominations for at-large Coordinating Council seats?
I would like to self-nominate for at-large.
I'll also throw my hat into the race.
Okay, so we have Melissa Minkoff, Samuel Chance, Tom Rodman, and Dusty Hartl have all self-nominated for Coordinating Council at-large positions. Do we have any other self-nominations? Yes, good question. There are 8 possible at-large seats. Should also mention, in all of our elections, we have the option to vote a binding none of the above option, or in a multi-candidate race, it would appear as none of the remaining candidates. And that would be explained on your ballot. But basically, just because someone is running for something doesn't mean that you have to elect them. We want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard, and that includes the right to vote none of the above. So yes, but we still do have open seats, including 8 possible at-large seats.
Dave?
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
So I was looking back over one of the elections from the fall gathering before, and I think we've done it, we might have done it more than one way, but I think the absence of a person means they weren't ranked on that ballot. So instead of explicitly voting for a token called none of the above, just leaving the person off indicates they weren't ranked. And we had a criteria that someone would not even be in the running if they didn't reach a certain threshold of ranking. I'm just throwing that out there. We can work this out. I know we have to put the ballot together. And I know we're getting into too much detail, but anyhow, that's it. Pass.
Okay. Well, yeah. It will be explained on the ballot, how exactly that works. So, all right. Well, thanks everyone. So now we can turn back to folks who self-nominated, and so Sam, Melissa, Tom, and Mike, you can now take the opportunity, if you want, to give it your pitch. And after that, we'll have some brief discussion, and then we will break for lunch. Yeah, so go ahead, Sam.
All right. Here I am again, running for another one of these representative positions. So I've served as the Congressional District 2 representative for the past year. Really enjoyed the opportunity and the ability to participate in the decision-making of the state party. I join committees, I attend the committee meetings, I attend the coordinating council meetings, really dive into the discussions and the topics that we handle. So yeah, I mean, I'd be really honored to be able to serve on the coordinating council again, either as the congressional district representative or as the at-large representative. I'll pass.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Next is Melissa.
Hello again, everyone. I made a previous statement before, but I will just expound on that a bit. My first foray into political activism was an anti-war demonstration at my high school when I was a teenager, and I've been involved in various forms of political activism ever since then, mainly surrounding anti-war, anti-imperialism, environmental causes, workers' rights, and women's rights, and various other causes. I'm on the IT committee of the Green Party this year, and this is just, I feel, for me, the next logical step to get more involved and learn more about how to operate collaboratively within a political party locally and nationally. And so I welcome future opportunities to learn and also to bring my skills to the coordinating council. Thanks, pass.
Thanks, Melissa. So next up is Tom.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm retired, so I've kind of watched what I've ended up doing, and I'm spending quite a bit of time in the Green Party. I'd say on the order of like 10 hours a week. You know, it's going to vary up and down. And outside of the Green Party, I'm involved in activism and Stand for Peace and the End the Wars Committee in Milwaukee. Assange Defense is a new group that is gaining some traction in Milwaukee. And then the 350.org weekly meetings. I don't go to all of them, but we have a stand-up meeting by the big banks. I'm involved in the membership committee and helped promote a number of different Green Party events using social media tools and the website and doing phone banking and coordinating phone banking using the Nation Builder tools. I'm on the IT committee, head of the IT committee for several years. Let's see, in terms of, and I'm on the platform committee, which hasn't been that active, but we've had about 4 or 5 good meetings, and I have grown to understand the value of writing in a really good statement. I am not a good writer, but I appreciate people that are, and I support the idea of coming up with good platform statements on issues. Some of the issues that I'm concerned about, Medicare for all, health freedom, climate change, anti-war. I'm involved in election campaigns. I have worked on the gubernatorial, I'm almost done, another 20 seconds, Green Party elections and other candidates. And I'm still learning how to organize and collaborate and make change. The other area I'm interested in is paying for all this, budgeting, money and banking, modern monetary theory, and then the banking committee at the national level. They have different ideas, but interesting ideas. Pass.
All right, thanks, Tom. And then we have Mike.
Well, I've largely said what I want to say. I have served on the state committee on and off for several years now, not all concurrently. I was proud to represent the Greater Milwaukee Party this past year on the state coordinating council. I notice the 5th district has gone unrepresented, I believe, or no, but since no one else was nominated, I'm willing to serve in that position this time around to keep the 5th CD represented. Pass.
All right, thanks, Mike. Yeah, so I think we've heard from all the CC candidates. All right, so now it's 12:25, and I know people are getting hungry, but if anyone would like to get on the stack for any final words about the elections, before we take a break. All right. So not seeing anyone on the stack. Why don't we go to our lunch break now? So yeah, thanks everyone who stepped up to run. And just a reminder to everyone, make sure your dues are current. Bill Breihan had to step out to go to another meeting, but he'll be back. So you can always ask Bill if you're unsure whether you're current on your dues or not. All right, so without further ado, let's go to our lunch break, and I'll see you back here at 1 p.m. sharp. Thanks, everyone.
All right.
If anyone wants to chat during lunch, can we pause the live stream so that's not all going to YouTube?
Yeah, give me a second on that. I think if I pause the recording, then it will pause the live stream as well. Well, let's just ask Tom quick. Hey, Tom. So if
I heard that I had the speaker turned on, so I heard Melissa's question. In theory, that should work, but we can just chop that out. I'm a little concerned that, let me just put it this way. Empirically, I've seen streams live on for hours, and then, but then the question is it going to reconnect gracefully? It probably will, but I just prefer to just leave it. And then, so if you're going to chat, just consider it being recorded, and then we can edit that out of the video. Is that acceptable? Otherwise, if you want to, well, I mean, that's my rec.
If we set up a breakout room that people could hang out in, and
yeah, well, right. How would Zoom, and how would they design that? What would you think? Would you think that would be private? Like, I don't know if they would like expand the windows to show both, but yeah, that might work. That might be private.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I understand what you're saying. If we pause the recording, pause the live stream, it might.
Oh, you can pause the recording. There's no problem with pausing the recording. That's independent from the live stream.
Right.
So, yeah, but the problem with pausing the recording, it's so easy to forget to turn it back on again. And the recording is our backup in case something goes wrong with the stream. So we really do want the recording. I'll try to, it looks like you.
I didn't do anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see here. Oh yeah, with the window size that I had, the little recording icon wasn't there, but when I go full screen, I see. Yeah, so Sam, I think you can pause the recording if you want, which is different than pausing the live stream thing. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not personally myself concerned about it. I'm about to go and eat some food.
Yeah, me, I wanted to go take a quick walk. Right. All right.
But just to accommodate people. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I tend to prefer like a more cautious approach. Because I would hate for the live stream to get messed up. And
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we can run. That's where if we had other people that do this all the time, it's not like there's a huge community of people that do this, but they're spread out all over the country, you know.
right.
And I have stopped a stream and then waited 5 minutes and then now think of the stream as being a sender and a receiver, and the receiver is YouTube and the sender is Zoom. So you go into Zoom and you say, okay, stop the live stream. That doesn't clobber the stream on YouTube. YouTube just sits there and keeps listening. So then if 5 minutes later you start the stream up, it's still got the same stream key. And I've seen that work. It will work over 5 minutes, 20 minutes. I've just never, I don't know if at a certain point it just says, oh, I've listened long enough, I'm gonna clobber myself. So, all right. I'm gonna take a walk.
All right. Everybody just assume that you are on a live stream. I'm gonna eat lunch. Sorry that we couldn't figure out a solution on that.
All right, so it's 1 p.m. sharp, and we expect that we'll still have people coming back from lunch, but we do want to keep things moving so we can make sure to start on time for our panel discussion and our keynote speaker. So there were a couple agenda items that we skipped over earlier, basically to save time. And why don't we just go with those now quickly before we get into our group discussion. So the first is announcements. So the only announcement that I have currently is that the Wisconsin Green Party holds an annual campaign school for people who are thinking about running for office, and also people who are thinking about being part of a campaign team or just learning more about working on a campaign. And that will be held on Saturday, December 11th. And in the past, that has typically been, a half day to full day event, depending on the circumstances. And this year we'll be holding it virtually again, which we did last year. So again, that's Saturday, December 11th. We'll be holding our virtual campaign school. So stay tuned for more announcements about that, and people can just mark it on their calendars. Are there any other announcements? All right, not hearing anything right now. So we also wanted to call out for volunteers and organizers. As we mentioned, so our state party has a number of committees where people can basically help do the work of the state party. So those committees, let's see. I see they were moved on the menu to their own page. So we have the Dispute Resolution Committee, which provides mediation services for disputes within the party. We have the Membership Outreach Committee, which is responsible for outreach to new and existing members, recruiting new members, maintaining a database of members, tracking memberships and collecting dues, determining what data should be collected from members, assisting members with formation of new local groups, assisting local groups with access to resources, providing the local and state parties with materials for recruiting new members, and more. I won't read the entire description, but it's a very important committee. We have our Elections Committee, which is responsible for tracking elections, recruiting prospective candidates, initial vetting, providing information and guidance on elections, recruitment and training of campaign volunteers, promoting endorsed candidates, and other responsibilities involving elections. The Finance Committee deals with the party's finances. Communications Committee is responsible for facilitating communication with party membership, the media, and the general public, producing regular newsletters, emails, content for the website, social media, written, printed materials, graphic design, that sort of thing. The Platform Policy Committee facilitates the process of amending the party platform, soliciting member feedback, and also drafting policy positions on current issues for the coordinating council to approve. and yeah, basically doing policy work. And the IT committee is responsible for managing our information technology, our website, database, and other technological assets, training and support for our programs. You know, for example, this meeting, which currently is being live streamed and recorded, you know, we have our IT committee to thank for that. So that's a quick rundown of our committees. If anyone is interested in joining our committees, then you can basically submit a statement of interest, and the you know, once our coordinating council elections are finished, then we'll just have a process to you know, review and approve appointees to our state committees. So yeah, again, let us know if you're interested in joining any of those committees. And you can, you know, if you go to wisconsingreenparty.org/committees, you can see more information about those. All right, so I see Joe Nathan ZB Kingfisher has joined us. Welcome. And if you want to just introduce yourself quickly before we go into our, well, I guess there's just a bit more about volunteers and organizers, but Joe Nathan, why don't you introduce yourself?
Greetings, everybody. Hello, Greens here and around the world. Yeah, what a year it's been. I'll say I am very relieved that the United States and China have agreed to tentatively do some climate action this decade. It was very worrisome that India and China just seemed to bargain hard and threaten to keep on burning for the decade, and maybe it won't be that way now. So there's hope. That's a good hopeful conclusion to this couple weeks, and we're the good cause, and thank you everybody for your time and yeah, great green day.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for joining us. And so, so we mentioned the committees, and you know, we also have, you know, other volunteers are welcome, even if you know you're not interested or able to be on one of our committees. You know, you can still get in touch with us about volunteering. We have, you know, a ballot access campaign coming up in 2022, so that's, you know, a critical task for the party. You know, and we also need people for all sorts of other things, whether it's, you know, doing coalition work with allied groups, or just, you know, helping with basic things like, you know, helping us send out newsletters and, you know, get in touch with members. Yeah, so you can, you know, volunteer on our website. That's wisconsingreenparty.org/volunteer. And finally, you know, we are always looking for local organizers. So whether you're interested in organizing with an existing local chapter, like the Four Lakes Green Party or the Greater Milwaukee Green Party, or if you're interested in possibly starting a new local chapter, whether in your city or county, or even in your congressional district, you know, we're always on the lookout for local organizers, so let us know if you're interested. All right, so I think that does it for the announcements and, you know, call for volunteers. So the next thing that we have on our agenda is to begin a group discussion on the topic of what's next, building the movement for people, planet, and peace from the bottom up. Yeah, so we'll open up the stack, and basically, you know, this is an open space where members can sound off on, you know, what you would like to see the party do. And, you know, just a gentle reminder that, when we talk about the Green Party, we're not saying, here's what they should do. We're saying, here's what we should do. So yeah, just if, people's ideas for how to, capitalize on the opportunities that we have. I mentioned before a number of factors that I think are, kind of changing the political landscape. The disillusionment of people with the two-party system, especially young people, the rising momentum for political reform, especially ranked choice voting, the accelerating climate crisis, and also, the failure of the Democrats in power to deliver the progressive change that they promised. I think all of these factors really present us with a lot of opportunities. But the number one thing that we need to do is to organize and get our message out there so that people know that the Green Party is the alternative. No one's going to do that for us. And, just because the political landscape is more favorable, nothing's inevitable. There certainly are really powerful interests of trying to keep things exactly the way they are and, just keep us on this unsustainable course until, the unthinkable happens. But we really are at a moment where we're looking at, whether our civilization or whether, life on Earth is going to survive. And, we're the ones who have to step up to this moment in history and make sure that, we do everything we can to stop the ecocidal maniacs from destroying our only planet. So the stack is open. I've already been talking a lot, so I would love to hand off the baton to hear what other people think about, what we should do and be as specific as you'd like.
Tom Stack.
Go ahead, Tom.
So I find the whole thing seems pretty frustrating in that, we've got a number of people working really, really hard and we're not growing as fast as I'd like us to grow, et cetera, et cetera. But I think some things that have been successful and that pull us together are events and deadlines, hard deadlines where we have to get ready for some sort of Zoom meeting. So in a sense, in terms of mobilizing us, that's good. We could do that with panel discussions in between these membership meetings. But we're an electoral organization, so we should be recruiting candidates, and then we should have something to offer those candidates in terms of supporting their campaign. So I mean, I find the whole thing kind of daunting. I think so. I'm looking at the whole thing from sort of a mechanical organizational viewpoint. It seems if we could raise enough funds to get, one person paid for 20 hours a week, I think that Peace Action has done that, and I see that it's really helped them. And it actually positions them to maybe raise even more money. And I'm not sure what that person should do exactly, but I can think of a laundry list. Then what else did I write down? So fundraising, paid position. Yeah, and I think we should collaborate more. One of the things about being a national committee delegate is you start naturally to talk to Green Party members from other states. So we can learn a lot, like from Indiana IT and Illinois IT and Massachusetts and Maine. And Texas has really, I think, some people with a lot of energy at recruiting candidates, and they're kind of hard on the candidate. They don't just let anybody run. But so those are some ideas I'm just throwing out there. Pass.
Kingfisher Stack.
Go ahead.
This would be a good time for me to report that I spoke with a political organizer, Tiffany Ford, out of Toronto, Canada, and her services, her organization services, is $400, and what they offer is a state or national list to find constituents, supporters, volunteers, and then press releases. There was just something like $400, and they guarantee a certain number of new contacts and a certain number of press releases. And I haven't gone beyond a brief interview with her. However, she was very impressive as a person and an organization with a good track record. So I'm just floating the idea, and it's something to consider for the future. Past.
Stack.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah. So a couple of thoughts that I have. As a political party, what should we be able to bring to candidates who are seeking our endorsement? We should have a large, active base of party members. The biggest struggles that we run into consistently have to do with a lack of human resources to get things done, to organize events, to raise funds, all of these different functions of a political party. So we need to obviously have a focus on recruiting candidates, but we also need to have a focus on growing our party membership, which will also give us more funding through the collection of dues, which will benefit us greatly, since we're not bringing in money from corporate sources. We're grassroots. We depend on our footprint on the ground and our members, financially to keep the organization going. So, one thing that I've thought about is, what's going to attract people to our party? They need to feel that by coming to us, we can help them. We can help organize around the issues that are impacting them locally. We're a grassroots organization. We're going to grow our base on the local level. So where we have local chapters organizing regular events that give us visibility and give us association with, activism around issues which are important to people and have a direct impact on their lives. And also, I was a little scared. Yeah, I'll leave it there because I've kind of lost my train of thought. Pass.
Okay, yeah, no worries. So I put myself on Stack. I wanted to say, so I think, right now, I agree with the points about events and, getting out and being seen, being green. Right now, sort of with the pandemic still going on, I think it's a good time to focus on sort of our, some of our other modes of reaching people, not necessarily in person. First of all, how are we communicating with our own members and organizing our own members? That's the low-hanging fruit, and we should really be working hard to include all of our members, in what the party is doing, and then also to update, our website and our social media, our texting, just forms of outreach that, especially a lot of young people are more tuned into, and, where we can really connect with people who our message is going to resonate with. I also think, one thing that we can do basically with the members that we have is that we can build strengthen connections to movements on a lot of issues. Many of them have been mentioned before, like the F-35 resistance, the pipeline resistance, labor struggles, could go on and on. Lots of different issues going on. Black Lives Matter, and basically have Greens who are active in those movements. Then also, making sure that the state party is, putting out timely statements and, being a part of the organizing and part of the movement, and, making that known to everyone. That's how we'll grow. If other people in those movements then see, hey, the Green Party is standing with us, and not just kind of signing onto our coalition, but really taking an active role in these movements, then I think that's when people will say, yeah, this is, a party that is worth my time. So, and I think, we can get going with that again by reaching out to the members that we have, and, doing a little bit more outreach to the general public. But yeah, let's, focus right now, while the pandemic is still happening, on kind of connecting with our members and getting connected with those movements. All right, so we have a few more people on stack now, which is great. I see Greg, Sam, Michael, Tom, Joe, Nathan. So Greg, go ahead, then Sam, Michael.
Hi, so I've gone door to door for the Green New Deal in Georgia during the pandemic. And Georgia had some funny rules about you couldn't touch the house or anything on the house. You had to wear gloves. But people really appreciate that one-to-one, and appreciate people that are out there. Tom and I have done that a lot. Tom done it more than me, because I haven't done it for candidates. I've done it for causes. But I just want to throw that out there. I think that's something magical about that, reaching people on that kind of a level. And we got some feedback in Milwaukee from a woman of color that attended one of our educationals on the Green New Deal in a park. And she said, well, how come you don't ever come to African-American neighborhoods? We don't hear anything about you guys. We don't know anything about the Green Party. And so that was good feedback for us. We haven't done anything with it, but just throwing that out there too. Pass.
Thanks, Greg. Sam, Michael. Sam, Michael, are you muted? Looks like you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Can anyone hear Sam Michael?
He may need to adjust his settings.
All right, yeah, Sam, you may need to adjust your settings because we're not able to hear you right now. Yeah, so if you could try that, you might need to leave the meeting and try to sign back in. Hopefully we can get back to you in a minute. So then we had Tom on stack and Joe Nathan.
Okay, so I guess other states have it's interesting just to talk to people in other states and find out, yeah, they're doing similar things. I don't know where this idea of just 2 meetings per year for membership came from. I don't know why it isn't 4 or why it isn't monthly, or so I just feel like we're disconnected from our membership, and we need a mechanism to reconnect us. And we explored the idea of doing that electronically, and it ended up basically with a stalemate. Not that we're gonna give up, but I just think I think that's if all we have is self-appointed leaders of a membership that isn't really communicative, then that's a problem. So I guess I'm thinking, could we have more of these membership meetings per year? That would be one way to go. Pass.
Okay, so Sam Michael, how's your audio now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was using my earbud, so that might have had something to do with it. Anyways, I really like the points that Greg made about us appealing more to minorities. I think that's something the Green Party needs to work on. But I also think that in-person events are going to be a necessary evil, even during the pandemic. I can certainly sympathize with people's tendencies to not want to do that. But I think that if we're going to looking at how DSA became so big, they did a lot of organizing. Obviously, we disagree with them on a lot of issues, but I think that if we could do in-person events pertaining to the climate crisis, anti-war, etc., we could definitely grow our base, and people would understand that the Green Party is a very empathetic organization. I don't really have anything else to say, but I'm hoping that in the future we're able to create some more events, even if they are online, just to kind of reach out to the general public. Pass.
Thanks. Tom, you're next.
I went already. I'm wondering if I have anything else to say. No, not now.
My bad there. Joe Nathan is next.
Can you hear me? All right. Well,
yes.
Wanted to give a real shout out to, again, food sovereignty. I mean, in the light of the idea of being change you want to see in the world, 2 of the biggest influential, impactful things individuals, families, homesteads can do. One, build dirt to carbon sequester, and that, local agriculture, food production, and, people that really need to consider, a lot of societies going ahead with the destructive things. And one of the things I've heard in the last couple of weeks is, cities and local municipalities that do the planning for the changes, the climate changes that are happening and gonna happen, are gonna be in a way better position to deal with the facts of the future than individuals, families, municipalities that don't plan for these things. And there's a lot of local organizing outside of the Green Party that's happening to compensate for climate change, to prepare for climate change. But just to be able to feed oneself, one's families, friends, neighbors, to be able to create soil. And that's one of the things that, you know, across the world, if people shift to, you know, putting carbon into the ground and bringing food out, that is an imperative, I feel. So, and also for Greg's point, we've gotten numerous comments over the years now in the Green Party that, yes, different minority groups really don't interface or get publicity. I mean, one of the things that several people emailed was like, why not just even pamphlets across it? Well, pamphlets cost money, but people are asking for that outreach into you know, remote communities, you know, so we definitely should do that. Oh, pass.
Okay. Is that Melissa on the stack?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Melissa.
I just wanted to dovetail off that and add that we shouldn't underestimate the power of having a strong digital presence, that communicating on Green Party views on issues through social media and our website and things like that can do a lot to just increase our outreach in general. So that also should not be overlooked. Pass.
Thanks. Yeah, absolutely agree. And I'll put another plug for the communications committee. Greg's on stack. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I didn't mention before, but part of the reason that I wanted to go door to door is because they didn't just keep us out of the presidential election in Wisconsin. We basically have a really hard time getting any media attention at all. And for instance, you know, when we're participating in protests here in Milwaukee and we see ourselves on TV, we basically don't see anything. They would never show our banner or anything like that. And same thing with other alternative groups, like, well, any of the other alternative groups, political parties, whatever. So it seems like one of the few ways we've been able to get the word out is to go door to door. Pass.
So Joe Nathan is next. I'll put myself on stack then.
So I'm curious. I do get a lot of emails from the Green Party Instagram, and I don't have a sense of what our Instagram is doing or how it's going. I was wondering, Dave, could you just say a word about it? Because it seems like Instagram is probably our biggest digital outreach at this point. I don't know if I'm correct on that, but Dave, please pass.
So we could use help on Instagram for sure. We've been most active on Twitter in terms of social media. Yeah, so all right, so next on stack. Okay, so we have Tom and Sam Chance and then me. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know if you got the order correct, but I'll go. So this is a big issue. There's issues that are dividing the whole country, and they're dividing us too. And I don't want to go into the details, but the two big, well, I mean, there's the health freedom issue, there's the transgender issue, and not amongst us, but over on the right wing, you've got the climate change thing. But so in each of those different areas, there are unfortunately very intelligent people on both sides of those issues. And so I think we just need to try to figure out a way for both sides to dialogue without just, having steam coming out of both ears, to try to calmly work through and discuss the issues. Part of the, I totally agree with trying to expand membership, and that's what the membership committee was all about. And that's what, at the end of the month, I encourage everybody to get on Nation Builder and just start reaching out to people that are reaching out to us. We have people reaching out to us, and I know Sam Chance and Barb reach back, but there are a few that don't. So anyhow, I don't know what the solution is, but I think one of the simple solution is the steelman argument approach, where you, in a debate, you force yourself to take the other point of view and put that hat on and argue that position. And sometimes you could try it out with a group, even though you don't believe in it. You try the argument out, and it may help. And then another approach, I think, is to ask the other side questions, but I haven't figured it out. I think it's important. Pass.
Okay, so Sam Chance is next. Go ahead, Sam.
All right. So I wanted to just, comment on a few things that have been said so far. I think the idea of more regular general membership meetings, be them monthly or quarterly or what have you, it's a good idea. Have the agendas for those meetings be set by membership, people that aren't serving on the coordinating council or in some type of existing representative position, so that there is a regular input mechanism for the coordinating council and for the national committee delegates. I also like the idea of public facing events. The Green Party of St. Louis does this very well. They hold, I think it's monthly events where they bring in a number of speakers on a topic. So for example, the most recent event that they held was agriculture as a tool of domination, I think is what it was called. So, interesting topics. People are going to come into it because, wow, this sounds like a cool event, even if they're not like, hey, I want to join the Green Party, or hey, I wonder what the Green Party is up to. We should be bringing people in based on, what they're interested in, rather than, trying to be like getting people to be like, oh, I wonder what the Green Party is doing right now. So there's that. As far as creating, just speaking directly to what Tom had just indicated, to having these discussions within the context of a party. So I don't necessarily view a political party as a public square where every topic of interest needs to be perpetually discussed. There is a place for that, within journalism, or maybe journalism isn't the right word, but there are areas that are sort of equipped to have these types of discussions. I don't think a political party is the place to have all these discussions. In a certain way, what you choose to discuss is itself a statement on what is questionable. So, for example, I would not support us in the Green Party having a discussion about whether people of particular races are human. Although at a certain time, people had those discussions, and there were people who were in academic positions in society who held a lot of prestige in society. But having that type of discussion, it says a lot about the people who want to have that discussion. I think some things, coming in the door, we should be on the same page. So I'll just leave it at that. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Sam. So yeah, I wanted to respond to what Greg was saying about media coverage. So in many ways, modern technology gives us more opportunity than ever to be our own media. There are some issues with social media censorship and algorithms, and those are very concerning. But that said, I would use as an example, the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha. And when that happened, there was a real political vacuum, because basically, Kenosha is basically a Democratic Party stronghold, and you had the city in charge of the police department, the district attorney. If I'm not mistaken, all Democrats, mostly Democrats, who supposedly were standing with the Black Lives Matter movement. Meanwhile, these shootings kept happening in Democratic-run cities, and then there was little to no accountability, just basically lip service. And we have the opportunity to be out with the movements, which we are. I know that Greens were standing with the Black Lives Matter movement, and we can also connect, if not with mainstream media, then at least with independent journalists, and say, hey, we're a voice here on the ground in Wisconsin, and in this case, we're the only political party that is taking a stand, saying that this is police brutality, it has to end, there has to be accountability, we need community control of police. These kind of window dressing reforms that the Democrats are pushing are not going to solve the problem. They're not getting to the root of the problem. And of course, we're saying this stuff, but we can be more strategic and focused about how we say it and who we say it to. Because when these issues are in the national news and on everyone's mind, we have an opportunity to be out in front. And there are more and more independent journalists and podcasters now who are talking with independent voices, who are going to be open to that sort of thing. So I think, we need to focus on that, build those relationships. But I think, we can also keep working on the traditional media, because, they certainly focused on it last year. maybe some of them in a kind of a negative light. But when the Democrats were trying to kick us off the ballot, that's a dramatic story, and drama is what sells for them. And so there are many in the media who can't resist that kind of conflict. Yeah, they may report about us negatively, but they're going to do that anyway. At least gives us a chance to get our voice out there. And I want to give props especially to Barbara Dahlgren, who was really leading our ballot access efforts, and also did several interviews and really represented us well, and showed we're just regular people, we're activists trying to make a better world, and these big political operatives are attacking us. So I thought that was definitely a positive development in a tough time. All right, so I'll pass. See, Joe Nathan's on the stack, and also just time checked 1:46. We do want to take a little break before our panel discussion at 2. And so if anyone has any burning thoughts and hasn't been on the stack yet, now's a good time to get on there. All right, so Joe Nathan, go ahead.
Oh, let me turn it over to Kerri. She hasn't spoken much.
Okay, Kerri.
Okay, thank you. As a contributing member of this allegedly feminist party, and also as a woman and radical feminist, I have grave concerns about the direction the party is heading in. While many here appear to consider the NC decision to disaffiliate the Georgia Green Party a win, I consider it a loss of epic proportions, and I know that I am not alone in that opinion. Georgia's alleged crime was its advocacy in defense of the sex-based rights of women and girls, which was deemed a position incompatible with Green values. Think about that for a minute. A political party that claims feminism as one of its 10 key values has ousted a member state party for defending women. Let me be clear, we all know what a woman is and isn't. However an individual may present or identify, their sex remains forever constant. Sex is both binary and immutable. This is fact. Also fact, women are oppressed on the basis of their sex and reproductive capacity. When we pretend that we don't know what a woman is, and that anyone who, quote, feels like a woman should be treated in law and public policy as if they actually are women, we are harming women and girls, as well as making their centuries-old oppression invisible. Women's single-sex spaces are a necessity to maintain our privacy, safety, and dignity. As we speak, men who claim womanhood are being allowed to enter women's rape crisis shelters, prisons, changing rooms, and sporting events, to name but a few of the intentionally single-sex spaces that no longer are. These single-sex spaces were created after decades of advocacy to benefit women and girls as members of an oppressed sex. This is not progressive policy. In fact, it is regressive, misogynistic, and homophobic. If we are talking about and truly intending to grow this party for people, planet, and peace, I would remind everyone that women comprise 51% of the population, more and more of whom are defining themselves as politically homeless every day. These women are a constituency the Green Party would be wise to welcome, using every means at its disposal, as opposed to what it is doing now, ostracizing and sidelining them via its embrace of gender identity ideology. Susan B. Anthony once famously said that no self-respecting woman should wish or work for the success of a party who ignores her sex. The same holds true today. Pass.
So next on the stack, we have Sam Michael and Melissa Minkoff and Barb Dahlgren. So one more time check, it's 1:50. We do want at least a 5-minute break before our 2 p.m. panel discussion, which we do want to start right on time. So please try to keep your comments as brief as possible. Thanks. So, and I don't think Barbara has spoken yet. So let's start with Barbara and then Sam and Melissa.
Hi, sorry, I joined the afternoon session a little bit late. I just wanted to say that, I'm coming from this, from a different perspective all of a sudden, because I just became a mom. And I know that there are more people in this party in my position as we grow older, starting to have families and things like that. And we tend to have a lot of very young people in the party and a lot of retired people in the party, and this whole middle section of people who have multiple jobs sometimes and have children and a whole bunch of people to take care of. Often, this large group of people just doesn't feel like there's enough time, that there's anything that they can really contribute, because these people are just so busy. So really figuring out how to get our ducks in a row and making sure that people have those opportunities, partially by being transparent as a party, and hopefully I would be able to contribute something to that if I end up as secretary. That we have to be more transparent so that people who are behind on things because they couldn't make something, that they can really catch up. And being able to use our digital resources better, I think that that's one of the areas that we've really succeeded in the last couple of years, because everybody's had to learn to use all of this technology. That's actually going pretty strong, and I see that we're probably going to become even better at it in the coming years. But also getting back to being in person more and being able to accommodate people in all walks of life a little bit better. I see those as really important ways for us to grow the party. But I'll pass with that. Thanks.
Okay, so we just have 2 minutes left and 2 people on stack, so please try to keep it brief. So Sam, Michael, and Melissa Minkoff, go ahead.
Hey, so I'm gonna try to keep my comments non-personal and just factual, but I've always believed in treating the people that you would want to be treated. And if the transgender people aren't hurting you, I have no issue with them. I'm a member of the LGBT community. Allowing them to use different bathrooms isn't going to end the world. And I just believe that we should treat them as human. And as long as they aren't actively harming anyone, there's no problem. So I definitely did take a lot of issue with what was said about the transgender and biological reality, but I just think that we should treat people the way you want to be treated and treat them with respect. Pass.
Okay, thanks, Sam. And Melissa is our last person on stack. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thanks. I just wanted to echo that I don't agree with those statements. And I felt like as a woman, I needed to speak up and say that, because certainly not all women hold this view. And furthermore, bigotry doesn't have a place in a political party that claims to be progressive. If we truly do claim that we want to work towards building a better future for everybody, we don't achieve that by punching downwards on marginalized groups. Pass.
Okay, thank you, Melissa. And thank you for keeping your comments brief. We are actually on time. So yeah, perfect. So it's 1:55. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene right at 2 to get our panel discussion going. So see you very soon, right at 2 p.m. Thanks.
All right, Julie, can you hear me? This is Greg. Okay. I'm going to send you something in the chat. You're muted.
Okay. So in the chat, eh?
Yep.
Okay. I don't see anything. How do I find that?
I'm just sending it now.
Oh, okay. Did you send it?
Coming, I'm still typing.
Oh, okay.
All right, it's 2 p.m. Welcome, Mark. Welcome, Dr. J. Welcome, Julie. Aaron's been with us for a while, so I think we have just about everyone. I'm not sure if we have Clayson with us yet. Joe Nathan, do you know if we do?
I'm not seeing them.
Okay. Well, could you just get in touch with Clayson and try to make sure everything's okay, so
Yeah,
we can get him on there. But
I called him an hour ago, and he said he'd be here.
Okay, if you could. Okay, great. Yeah. So in the meantime, why don't we just get started introducing our other panelists, because we've got a full panel. We want to give everyone time to present and time for some Q&A. Our topic today is facing the climate crisis in the age of Line 3, COP26, and the Biden administration. And so I'll let them introduce themselves a little bit more, but we have 4 panelists who will be speaking on various topics related to the climate crisis and what we can do about it. So we have our own Aaron Camacho, who's an enrolled citizen of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, and also was the Green Party candidate for state senate in 2018. We have Mark Dunley from the Green Party U.S. Eco Action Committee. We have Julie Enslow from 350 Milwaukee, and hopefully soon we'll get Clayson Benally on here as well, who is an activist and musician with the group Sihasim. Each of our presenters will have 5 to 10 minutes to speak, and then we'll go around, give them each time to present. Then we'll have some time for Q&A at the end. Let's start with Aaron Camacho. Aaron,
I got it.
Okay.
Hi, happy Native American Heritage Month. Bonjour, Indigenous Casa Aaron Camacho, Potawatomi and Da, Indoram Chikwe, Minowabin. And I'm grateful to be sharing with you today from the occupied land of the Oceti-Sakowin, Ho-Chunk, Menominee, Sauk, and Meskwaki, Anishinaabe, Peoria, Kickapoo, Maiomia, Brothertown, Niuchi, and Potawatomi, as well as the current home of the 11 federally recognized tribes, as well as the one non-federally recognized tribe within Wisconsin, that include the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, Forest County, Potawatomi, Ho-Chunk Nation, LaCourte Oralis Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, Lac du Flambeau Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin, Oneida Nation, Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, Mole Lake Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin, Stockbridge Muncie Community Band of Mohican Indians in Brothertown Indian Nation, our home, otherwise known as Wisconsin, Miigwech. I just wanted to acknowledge the land that I'm on, that I've lived on throughout the state, and the people that came before us and who hold rights to this land that we're sharing from. Please know that I only speak for myself. I'm one individual and my views are in no way a representative of any one community or group as a whole. However, my hope is to share a few of the Wisconsin-centered issues revolving around the environment and Indigenous people and how we contend with it. By no means is what I highlight today an extensive or exhaustive list. It's just a start, a few keynotes and a few areas that Wisconsin, including this party, should take more note of, or more than just note of. I'm going to share to the best of my knowledge, and I'm no way perfect. So if I make a mistake, feel free to correct me or share further. So we better understand the issues in front of us. And I can always follow up with additional resources if anybody wants. With that, I just always start with our environment is second to no other, right? No planet B. And without it, we cease to exist. If it's healthy, we're healthy. If it's toxic, we are toxic. And our environment is toxic right now. And we see a lot of our interactions with human beings, whether that be on a social platform or political platform, is toxic. So we need to do something to address this as human beings, if not a party, as just community members, neighbors in Wisconsin. Indigenous people have been sharing that this is simple, right? If the environment is toxic, we're going to be toxic as people in our communities. We've been doing this for immeasurable amounts of time around the globe. It's not just centered here in the United States with Native Americans or Indigenous people of Turtle Island. And many of this party are well aware of our people's well-known voices, as was mentioned earlier, Winona LaDuke, also John Trudell, Russell Means, and Dennis Banks. And as you should, as we all should, we should know those names. But what about the names and voices in Wisconsin of Indigenous people, current or past voices? Have we heard them as a Green Party or even any political party? I'm not sure. What are these voices saying? Their voices matter and would benefit the work we're trying to do as Greens, from my perspective. And I think before I started thinking about what needed to be shared, are these voices saying anything different than when this party was founded? Different since the People's Climate March in 2014? Or are we still fighting for our basic rights, our treaty rights, aka constitutional rights, and a healthy, sustainable future? Unfortunately, it seems like our shared reality is the latter, especially when it comes to the environment. Indigenous issues are everyone's issues. We can't look at them as the other, or solely as a fight of or for Native American communities. These issues are ours, our shared responsibility. So I'd like to share briefly through the lens of these being our issues rather than Indigenous issues or Native American issues. And I thank you for your willingness to do so. So first, I'd like to share missing murdered Indigenous women, otherwise known as MMIW, the Indian Child Welfare Act, otherwise known as ICWA, and UNDRIPS, otherwise known as the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights. And we talked about the current administration. We talked about CO26, right? International and national platforms. And these three issues that I mentioned are related to all these platforms and our environment, because what happens to our women happens to our children, happens to the land. We need to remember that. We need to let it sink in. And when we talk about the environment, it has to guide what we do. From my perspective, again, I'm not speaking for anyone else but my own self. American Indians now are managed under the Department of Interior. I wasn't sure if everyone within the party was aware of that, but we are managed within the Department of Interior, specifically the Department of Agriculture. And do not worry, this is not a flex. I'm not boasting about this. This is just a reality. And a simple reminder that not even the US government or state governments look at us as separate from our environment. We all have roll numbers if we're enrolled with recognized tribes. In other words, work camp numbers or livestock numbers. So when we talk about people going missing and murdered and the Indian Child Welfare Act or children getting taken out of our homes, we are actually talking about losing treaty holders and people who can guide us in our steps as we address our environment, because we all know that's a need. It's not something that we can do 20 years from now. It's we should have been doing this 40 years ago when we before we hit the tipping point, you could say. If our people disappear, that means treaty holders disappear in our country in tandem, and treaties are essential within the environmental rights across the nation. Court cases have been decided with the treaty rights being the tipping point. And sometimes they're not, but they are a useful tool, not just for Indigenous people, but non-Indigenous people, because we all are governed under the US Constitution, and that means treaties are ours, right? We need to make sure that they're being upheld, even at a state level. And what are political parties considering moving forward? That's what we need to do here. This is the need, what we need to do. How are political parties in Wisconsin considering their role and responsibility, and how Wisconsin is moving forward, right? To uphold UN standards, to uphold our own standards regarding Indigenous rights and treaties, our missing murdered Indigenous women, our children, right? And how they are being separated from their culture, their language, and their rights. 5 to 10 minutes. Topics in Wisconsin. Line 3 was mentioned earlier, so don't forget how that's connected to line 5. Line 60 and 66, and you get it. Wisconsin has become a pipeline alley for oil transported to refineries to the south and the east. We're an interstate for Canadian companies, Canadian oil, and our parties, whether that be red, green, blue, you name it, unfortunately have allowed this to happen through our political process. And we really need to consider Wisconsin's role. What is our party's role in pushing Wisconsin again forward to address line 3, to address line 5, because we are all downstream when it comes down to it. And that's connected to another issue of wild rice across the state and our water quality concerns. You can go to the DNR and look up water quality maps for every section of the state, and you can't find very many areas where we don't have contamination of some sort. So if our treaties are to be upheld as Indigenous people, our wild rice, our traditional foods and resources need to be maintained and sustained, not just protected, but sustained. That's also connected with the wolf hunt, because we do have traditional animals in our cultures. Not all cultures in Wisconsin view all animals the same. There's quite a diversity within our people. But the wolf hunt here in Wisconsin is contentious. Indigenous rights, along with constitutional issues, are at play here. And I think we all know that the wolf hunt was paused for a little bit with a Supreme Court ruling, but I don't know if that will be stayed or what have you. But if anything happens like last year, 216 wolves were killed last year. The quota was 119. They went more than 80% of what they were allowed to take, and they took nearly 20% of the state's estimated 100 plus wolves. hard to speak about, but that's our reality. And what do we do as a party? How do we advocate? Back 40 mine is another issue. I know it's not directly in Wisconsin, it's on that Michigan peninsula, right? But we are downstream. Indigenous rights cross state boundaries. They aren't limited to just the state of Wisconsin, and we have to think about that in our advocacy. And if you don't know much about the Back 40 mine, again, it's a Canadian-based company, Aquila Resources. It's a proposed open pit sulfide mine operating on a proposed 83 acres. And when sulfide ore is released into the environment, I'm sure many of you know, it creates water quality that is toxic and harmful for any life. It's hard because I think when we look at the Back 40 mine work, maybe if we're wondering what framework should the Wisconsin Green Party take in terms of coalition building with Indigenous people, they have had a coalition of Indigenous and non-Indigenous community members working together since April of 2017. And this mine hasn't happened yet. So there's successful examples, and I encourage us to take a look at that. So not only what can we do as a Green Party or community members writing our current representatives and the like, but we need to look at what are other community members already doing that we can mimic that is successful. And then connected to it, and some may not think that this is an educational or environmental issue, but it very much is, and that is supporting educational standards within the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin has education standards regarding American Indian studies and understanding us as people. And if people at a basic level understood us from the get-go, understood the treaty obligations, our constitutional tie, our shared history, having these conversations about environment and why treaties matter and constitutional ties and all this stuff, right, would be much less labor for Indigenous folks just to get on the same level, right? So we can have an equitable conversation. So if we as a Green Party ensure that we're supporting meeting, and not only meeting, but exceeding these educational standards, that would be wonderful. And since Indigenous coalition work was touched on earlier, maybe in the 10 o'clock hour of this meeting, I just wanted to give a gentle reminder that when we're trying to reach out in the Indigenous community, we shouldn't generalize too much out there in terms of the community at large. And what party, if any, they affiliate with, regardless of party status, we need to, and that's specifically of American Indian or Indigenous folks, we need to remember that we have a unique relationship with the US government, and that voice should always be sought out, but bolstered as well as collaborated with. After all, as human beings, we're in this together in the end. So I know that our political realm is always blue versus red versus green versus red versus purple, you know, you name it. But I think we really need to be approaching this from perhaps an Indigenous perspective and ally work, because we can't be fighting against each other if we're all living in the same home. But with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm sorry if I took up too much.
Thank you,
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, that was really powerful. I will turn it over to my co-chair, Joe Nathan, ZB Kingfisher, to introduce our panelists.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear? Okay. Clayson Benally is an internationally acclaimed, multi-talented performer, singer, hoop dancer, horse whisperer, educator, silversmith, and traditional Navajo medicine practitioner, amongst many other talents. Clayson performs drums, percussion, and sings with his sister, Janita Benally, in their multi-award-winning duo, Sehasin. Clayson has been featured on NPR, PBS, RTE TV, National Geographic, and countless documentaries, news stories, magazines, television, and radio shows. Clayson has been touring internationally and nationally since 1990 with his family's traditional Navajo dance troupe, the Jones Benally family. Their initial band, Blackfire Sehasin. Clayson Benally has toured throughout the world to share Dene, Navajo culture as a means to build respect, unity, and understanding for Indigenous nations. Both Clayson and Janita have collaborated with musicians from all over the world, sharing their cultures. Benally is also well known for his work as an advocate for human rights, sacred sites, youth empowerment, and environmental and rights. Clayson was a plaintiff in the federal court case against reclaimed wastewater in order to protect the sacred San Francisco Peaks. Both the youth workshops Clayson is involved with, holding horse connection workshops in his traditional ways, both nationally and internationally. And Clayson and I had a lot of fun running really fast through the sagebrush. He's a great guy. Here he is. Clayson Benally.
Clayson Benally Dashajine. She Dene Nishne Ado Shama Bilagana. Zithagene date using a shot Ado Conthena Isha Hoan. Torchini Bashichin. Ado Naka Dene Dashinella. Hate Denenishne. So greetings. I just want to acknowledge, I am Dene from the Navajo Nation out here in the Southwest, and this is the way that I was taught to acknowledge our ancestors, our land, who we are, and identify our clans, our family. And that's one of the most important words, I think, that needs to be resonated. Today we're discussing and talking about this earth and the urgent need to take action on her behalf. The imbalances that we are seeing today, the challenges, these are things that, growing up, listening to my grandmothers, to our elders, and them explaining the origins of these clans, the stories, things that would be disregarded as myth, oftentimes in a lot of Western cultures, that this tradition, this rich, beautiful, amazing living culture, because here we are on Turtle Island, Shema Nohostan, our Mother Earth. In this earth, the way it sustains and carries all of us. Today there are over 567 federally recognized tribes. I don't know if that's changed with the Biden administration thus far. It's a number that fluctuates, but those are only federally recognized tribes. So to honor and acknowledge each of those tribes, I know I'm only in Arizona, so thank you, Wisconsin, for allowing me to speak and to share, just to acknowledge Bourgeois. There's so many different tribes in Wisconsin that I myself, I'm an outsider in your culture, in your area, your territory, but the things that I have represented, from sacred sites to a lot of these different issues, they intersect. These are all interconnected. The struggle that I was part of, litigation, trying to protect a sacred mountain here in Northern Arizona from a ski resort, private entity operating on federally managed land, that has implications and has impacted everything from RFRA, the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, all the way through I think almost every point of the formation of indigenous sovereignty. The fact is that this mountain, in this case, set a precedent that recognizes that as indigenous people, we do not have religious freedom on public lands, on any of the land that is managed by the federal government, whether it's BLM, Forest Service, etc. We are oftentimes told to keep our beliefs, our thoughts, or our politics, or that on the reservations. But people tend to forget that as indigenous people, wherever you stand, you are on our home. You are on indigenous people's land. So that's something just to start off with, to acknowledge and respect and honor. Thank you for your words. I think, Aaron, wow, there's so much that can be learned from, and that needs to be taken action upon. These words, growing up with my grandmother, I started going to protests, because the region where I come from was impacted by the United States government and their interest in the coal that was below. Peabody Coal Company had determined that what was below my feet was more valuable than the lives that lived there, that we were viewed as a resource and the land was viewed as a resource. So from that point on, in my upbringing, learning that I have not just permission, that I have a responsibility, an innate responsibility as a person, not just an indigenous person, but to be able to speak on behalf of this earth. Every single person here in this room, you have a voice, you have an umbilical cord that you were born with. It connects from your mother all the way back into creation, to the beginning. This is how we are connected to our earth. When we express our family, that connection alone, it doesn't just enable you, you are a part of this earth. So if we do not use our voices, if we do not speak on behalf of her and not represent what is happening within our own backyards, then unfortunately, are we complicit? Or, what is, the challenges that we face today, that our elders went through. Oftentimes I'm amazed, because the wisdom that our elders would teach us and prepare us for, they would tell us the concepts of climate change, of these things. I'm going to share an image. This is a photo of what people refer to as a wedding basket, but this is what is my original contract or covenant with our holy ones, with this earth. This basket represents the whole universe. There's a whole lot of stories and depictions that we could actually be here for quite some time, but this talks about the history and the imbalances that exist. And the reason why this basket came to be is because we had hurricanes, twisters, tornadoes, earthquakes, devastating fires, everything that you can imagine that made it unsuitable for us to survive as humans. All of these things that we are faced with today had happened in the past. And our elders would constantly remind us, if you dig in the earth, if you exploit, or if you take more than you need, there will be imbalance. Everything that we do to this earth, everything that the way that we carry ourselves, our ceremonies, our stories as Indigenous people, a lot of that guides us and ensures the well-being. That's why we have our ceremonies. That's why we have, all the different traditional teachings, is to ensure that balance and that well-being. And as a youth, I'm still 44 years young. I've been fortunate to learn from my father. He's a Hartl. He worked in a hospital treating everything from cancer, diabetes, all these different things. And as a Western civilization, oftentimes doctors in Western culture, American culture, they look to what is the symptom. And I urge all of you today to, it's easy to be distracted by what is the symptom. We need to look, what is the root cause? Where is the beginning? What is the source? And how do we heal from there? In the process of healing and trying to reconnect or to find that balance, it's easy for people to identify, oh, this is the problem, but oftentimes the solution is what's left behind. So in a lot of the Indigenous teachings, like that basket, it represents the water, the different elements, even the ozone layer, the rainbow, and it's also has the motion of the sun, the clock, the way things are earth, how it turns and revolves. And for us as Dene, we wove that basket to restore that balance, to bring healing. It's mental, physical, spiritual. There's a lot of elements that I feel as a nation, as a people, we have forgotten. We've forgotten to listen to our elders. We've forgotten to listen to our children. And here we are at a place where arguments or words, become very dangerous and violent, and our nation is splintering and splitting. I'm blessed that today, I'm speaking to a region, an area that you stand upon, where the original foundings of democracy, the Haudenosaunee, part of those 6 nations, I know the Oneida, all of those elements, those teachings of how to basically bring a family together to heal, to mend, because we've gone through these hardships before, and we've found solutions. We've found ways to heal, to mend, and we're at that step again, where it's going to take every single person in this room to, have that compassion, to want to heal, to move forward. And as I'm going to echo your words, Aaron, earlier, it's not red, blue, green. In my upbringing as a Dene, to the east, black, to the south is blue, to the west is yellow, to the north is white. And all plants, all animals, all people, we share that same color. That's a commonality. We're here together. Every direction, whichever way you face when you pray, it's going to come back around full circle. And, for our elders, for our ancestors, for our future generations, that's the mindset that we have to have. Coming back to all those beautiful teachings. I know I'm probably going over time, but for me, the emphasis today is family, working together. The last few years, obviously, the administrations that had, I don't want to empower them by naming them. And the reality is that, we have work to do. There's no time to rest. Most of us didn't rest. Every aspect was under assault. The region where I stand, where I live, every tree is dying. 35% of the cedar trees have perished already. The pinyon pines are already perishing. We have wild horses that have come down out of the mountains the last few years that have died, before our eyes, just because of drought. We've seen so much wildfire. We know the imbalance. We know the problem. Now, to get back to that solution, and here, every single face that I see, you are part of that solution, and it doesn't matter if one is on a right wing or a left wing or however. This is that time to heal that circle. Every single person, every voice, every child needs to be respected. Every elder, this is our time to listen. This is what our elders have taught us, and they go to the UN, they go to every direction of this world until their voice was silent, till nobody, till they had no more voice left. I was there with my grandmother, Roberta, when her voice was very soft. But it continues, that heartbeat that she had, all those generations past, this is where we stand today. This is not a time for us to remain complicit. We have to ensure the future generations, our children, their children, that's the direction that we were given from our elders. And now we have to ensure that there's something there for our future. I know I'm sorry, just speaking from the heart, I just want to encourage, that's an empower, because we've been in a place of 4 years of denial, of fear, of misunderstandings, confusion, and we have to clarify what is our point, as a party, as a human race. This is the defining moment. We have a choice. You look at all the different prophecies and they lead to, there's always almost two roads. We have that decision-making ability to better our future or to continue a path of destruction that leads to our ultimate demise, because these events have happened. Most tribes have 4 worlds. There's the first world, second world, third world. We're trying to prevent this world from, cleansing itself. We as humans, we're the ones that will be wiped away like a disease, like the sickness that we're seeing with COVID-19. This is something that our elders have talked about, quite frankly, this is a humbling. These are things that we should expect and know that there's going to be more of it, unless if we do take action and we go to those sacred sites, go to the places that are precious, that are near and dear to us, acknowledge them. Don't just, it's easy to sign a petition, but by actually accessing these sacred sites or these public areas and going there and exercising your right, your democracy. But let's not just stop there. Let's use our prayer. Let's use our voice, use our songs, re-embrace those areas and bring that spirit back and heal that land.
Yeah, thank you so much, Clayson. These are great speakers, everybody. We are really blessed to have these people here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That was really powerful. Thank you so much for joining us. And I want to give the floor to our next speaker, and hopefully we will have some time for Q&A. But regardless, this has been already an amazing panel. So I'll just give a brief introduction, although it could be a long one, because Mark Dunley has been involved with the Green Party, for a long time and done so much for the party. Today, he's representing the Eco Action Committee of Green Party US. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Mark.
Thank you, Dave. So the Eco Action Committee, trying to adjust my volume here. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. The Eco Action Committee seeks to raise the issues of ecology and environment within the Green Party. I'll mention that I live on the ancestral homeland of the Mohican people outside of Albany, New York. I was Jill Stein's campaign manager for most of 2016. And I was also recently the candidate for the Green Party for state control of New York State, particularly around the divestment issue. And I helped to successfully coordinate the campaigns both in the New York City area and statewide to divest the state pension funds from fossil fuels. As you may know, literally at this moment, the COP26 is ending in Glasgow. Many people refer to it as the last chance COP, to avoid climate collapse. It did not seize that opportunity. It's pretty much a very weak agreement, a lot of hot air, blah, 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 as Greta Thunberg would say, an agreement to continue to talk again, and maybe next year we'll do something a little bit stronger. They're sort of happy that they at least talk about a phase down of coal plants. It's the first time they actually have mentioned fossil fuels in any of these COP26 agreements, but there's no timeline and there's no seriousness behind it. And particularly the United States and the other industrial polluters fought very hard against the concept that the industrial polluters should take any responsibility for the damages that were caused by burning fossil fuels. And that is quite sad. And a lot of anger, I guess is a good word, from climate activists and indigenous groups as to the carbon market that they have agreed to create. Not only very weak, but a lot of double dealing. This was a blown opportunity, and if this is our last chance COP, the future is not looking bright in the least. I also was asked to talk a little bit about, sort of the Build Back Better Joe Biden budget proposal related to both climate and social spending, which is still not agreed to. The only agreement is to make it smaller and smaller and smaller at every step of the way. And every time that Biden and the Democrats agree to further slash funding for climate action and for other things like family leave, all the Democratic light climate groups stand up and applaud wildly. This is historic. So what do we ask for $1 trillion a year?
for climate, and you're giving us $55 billion. We can't believe how good this is. Oh, you're not actually giving $55 billion? And you're giving it to false climate solutions, and you're giving it to nuclear power, and you're giving it to carbon capture and technology. Oh, we still applaud. Really, that's what they do. And one of the things I tell them, every time they applaud the Democrats for weakening their agreement, the only thing that it guarantees is that further cuts will be made before it is actually enacted. Back in 2010, I was the campaign manager for Howie Hawkins, recent presidential candidate for the Green Party. But in 2010, he was the Green Party gubernatorial candidate in New York. We were the first political candidate in the United States to call for a Green New Deal. In reality, we borrowed the idea from Greens in Europe, which had begun pushing a Green New Deal in 2008. Others more recently have come along with the Green New Deal. Once again, every step of the way, starting with AOC, who is from New York. And in fact, her campaign manager had previously, the previous year, ran a campaign for a Green Party candidate in my neighborhood I was living at the time in Brooklyn. And where do you think AOC got the Green New Deal from? From that campaign that we had ran in a prior year. The big difference between what the Democrats are doing and what our Green New Deal is that one, we're opposed to fossil fuels. Even AOC's proposal never explicitly called for a halt to fossil fuels, especially immediate halt to fossil fuels. And every iteration since then by the Democrats has gotten weaker. We also have the concept of eco-socialism, that at least the energy system, in fact, a lot of the manufacturing system, need to be publicly owned and especially democratically controlled in order to have any chance of avoiding climate collapse. That whole concept of public ownership has gone out the door, and in particular, the concept of democratic planning of our energy system. If we believe that given increased subsidies to hedge fund operators so they build more renewables is avoiding climate collapse, I mean, that's just delusional. One other thing we did in the initial Green New Deal, which has been dropped from all the Democratic versions, is that we wanted a massive cut in the military budget, 50 to 75%, in order to fund the transition to 100% clean energy. We also wanted a just transition, environmental justice, making sure those most impacted by climate change must in fact receive targeting, of the funding on climate change. One of the things that, in New York State, we did pass a climate law 2 years ago, much weaker than what the Green Party had proposed. But probably the one valuable thing that they did in that was they really elevated the concept of environmental justice. And they have language in there which says that 40%, actually 35% of all new climate funding must be to the benefit of disadvantaged communities. Unfortunately, that's turned out to be pretty worthless so far. And one of the things I get concerned about is that most of the groups who are talking about environmental justice in federal legislation have adopted the language that was used in New York. And the problem is, what is new climate funding? What does benefit actually mean? And what is a disadvantaged community? And in fact, the politicians rewrote the definition of disadvantaged community to include low and moderate income people, which honestly some people we want to help. But if, say, 60% of the state is low and moderate income people, and you're dedicating 35% of the funds to help disadvantaged communities, that's not really much progress. And yet that has become, sort of the litmus test, across the country. Howie, during his presidential campaign, did actually price out the Green New Deal. And we did the Green New Deal both to, we want to fund a rapid transition to 100% clean energy. When we started in 2010, we talked about a 10-year time frame. Now we say, 2030. The Democrats talk about 30-year time frame, 2050, and they talk about net zero. net zero is code for, oh, let's allow fossil fuels to continue to be burned. Let's not challenge the coal and the fossil fuel companies, but let's go plant some trees someplace. Lo and behold, these carbon offsets have not worked, where they are used. And we need to be a whole lot closer to 2030 than we need to be by 2050. In terms of the carbon budget, if we continue to use fossil fuels, including natural gas and methane, and methane short term is about 80 times more dangerous than carbon in terms of its impact upon greenhouse gas emissions over a 20, 30-year cycle. We're going to run through that carbon budget in about 7 years or so. And I was listening to Kevin Hannison on Democracy Now!, I guess yesterday. Kevin is probably one of the best known progressive climate scientists, which means he's much more aggressive than the IPCC, which is a pretty conservative institution. Everything they say is vetted by Russia, the United States, and Brazil, and Saudi Arabia. And everything they've ever said about climate change has proven to be too slow, too weak. But he said that the industrial nations of the planet, at least them, need to be at zero emissions sometime between 2030 and 2035. So eco-action, continues to focus on the concept of eco-socialism. It expressly goes after immediate halt to fossil fuels, particularly, especially in the United States, immediate halt to fracking. That is something that most Democrat liberals are not willing to do. And really, we want public ownership. And like one small issue, we need public ownership of the transmission lines. Right now, having hundreds, literally, of different companies and entities try to figure out how to move electrons from one place to another is a recipe for disaster. I mean, this is a very, very depressing day because COP26 was an absolute failure. And, that was our last chance COP. And the Democrats keep on passing weaker and weaker drafts of, this Build Back, better. It funds a lot of false solutions, nuclear power, biomass, carbon capture and technology. So we hope people will, consider doing their own eco-action committee in your own state. And, I'm not sure we have the 3 representatives right now from Wisconsin on the National Eco-Action Committee, and we could certainly use your participation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, wow, there's a lot of great info. And so I want to actually hand it over to Greg just to introduce our final panelist. And I've also heard from Jill Stein that she is really enjoying the panel and willing to start a little bit late, just to make sure that our panelists have time and that people, can ask any burning questions. That said, I know that folks probably also want to hear from Jill, so I just wanted to put that out there. But I think we're doing great. If folks need to step away for a break, go ahead, but I think we'll just kind of keep going. So I will pass over to Greg to introduce our last panelist.
Thanks, Dave. Yes, I'd like to introduce Julie Enslow, the head of 350 Milwaukee. And I also want to thank Julie because she put together the climate strike coalition that we had this year on September 24th. And it was very impressive. And we have a nice little video thanks to Tom. So you can find that on the Green Party YouTube channel. And Julie did a great job in a real difficult pandemic situation of getting young people there and schools represented. And, we really consider 350 Milwaukee an excellent coalition partner for Greater Milwaukee Green Party. So Julie's been doing this for decades and decades. And thank you so much, Julie. I Really appreciate what you've done for Milwaukee all these years. Yes. You're muted.
Here I am. Okay. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, Greg and I have a standing date every Friday noon on the corner of Water in Wisconsin in downtown Milwaukee in front of Chase Bank. And confronting the big banks and big money is a central part of 350.org's program at the moment. We really see that we've got to pull the money out from under the fossil fuels industry in order to collapse them. And it's the only money that they understand. They only understand the commodification of nature. They don't have a comprehension of the oneness of the human family with the planet Earth. And so we have to go where for what they do understand. And we are targeting the money that is the foundation of the fossil fuel industry. Chase Bank is the largest funder in the world of fossil fuels. And so they're the main target of our demonstrations every week and around the country and perhaps internationally through 350's campaign. There is an opportunity to educate people around this, because you talk to people on the streets, you show signs and people go by. We say, honk for a livable planet, and all the honk cars are honking as they go by the intersection. And hopefully when they go a few blocks away, they'll think about what those people were doing on that corner and what they were saying about Chase Bank. And so education, along with demonstrations, is quite integrated. And we believe in that as part of our program. We also are very interested in divestment, and happy to learn that Marquette University is now working on a divestment from fossil fuels through a student group there. And we plan to have more communication with them and help them with that effort. So actually, I'm talking about money here, and I've never really liked money that much. I've always, from the time I was a little kid, I've never trusted the banks and to deal with my money, and I've always thought there was something pretty strange about them being able to take my hard-earned babysitting money and invest it in the stock market and make money off of my money. And so there was this initial skepticism about all of this, and I think it's served me well over the years, frankly, because I really see that, as they say, money being the root of all evil, money is definitely a big root of this, probably the root of this climate crisis, because the greed of big corporations has fed us fed into this terrible situation that we find ourselves in now. That, well, say 50 years ago, when I was a young activist, I didn't comprehend the extent of the problem that we now are finding ourselves in the center of. And it is a frightening situation. I was furious about COP26. I was almost in tears about it. Yesterday, when I realized that this had really gone down the drain, it was our last chance to really do something at that level, and it didn't happen. And what was so disturbing is that the poorest of the poor countries of this planet that would be sending their delegations to have a chance to have input at this international conference of parties, COP, were not allowed to even enter into the United Kingdom because of COVID restrictions, of vaccination restrictions, because of the way that England had set up the conference itself. And it became the least democratic of all of the COP conferences, because it was totally dominated by the wealthy nations and big corporations. So while the poor nations were not allowed in, the big corporations were. And the fossil fuel corporations have been a part of these COP conferences all along. And I think that's something that a lot of people out there don't realize that they are having a strong influence on what happens there and what doesn't happen there. So over 500 oil and gas and coal lobbyists were given the red carpet treatment at this, in these past 2 weeks at COP26. And it's just outrageous that they were even let in the door to start with. So there was this one quote from one of the activists on the outside that said, "Those trying to burn down the table should not have a seat at it. And we must kick the polluters out of the room." That should have happened. And we can see now that it didn't happen because of the results of this conference. Outside the COP, however, there was a lot happening. And I think that is where our hope lies, that there were 100,000 people that were marching in the streets last day in Glasgow. There was a 4-day counter recruitment in Glasgow and online this past, I think it was this past week. And there were spokespeople for organizations like the COP26 Coalition that, and there were presentations of alternative proposals by organizations. But this one organization was very interesting, called the Global Citizens Assembly, which many of you may know of. And it's basically a grassroots organized network of people's assemblies around the world that then have a process of choosing people to come to a place like COP26, representing all of the rest of them. So it's a very democratic process. And their aim is to establish a permanent globalization of a citizens' global group to address issues such as climate, health, and inequality on an ongoing basis. And they have, they presented their proposals for a more democratic process for decision-making and for powerful countries and corporations not to have a disproportionate influence to the detriment of others, and the need for citizens' participation in the process is expanded at all levels. And the voice of the most affected by climate change needing more space in the decision-making, if not the dominant space, I would say. And that the climate change undermines basic human rights and the intrinsic rights of nature. And they call for the intrinsic rights of nature to be respected and ecocide codified as a crime. So we have some grassroots organizations spreading throughout the planet that really give us a lot of hope. I would like to quote from Assad Rahman, who is the main lead spokesperson for the People's COP26 Coalition. And he actually was surprisingly invited to decide and to address the COP conference. And he said, "The richest have ignored every moral and political call to do their fair share. Their broken promises across 26 COP are actually 26 COPs meetings are no longer fooling anyone. We know it is an ordinary people who change history, and we will change history. We need to transform from an economy of extraction to a circular world, sharing equitably the world's resources and wealth. People not only are saying what's wrong, but we know what we need to do to create a fair and a just world in harmony with all of the planet." So I think he's right. We not only know what's wrong, we do know what needs to be done. And at this point, it's up to us to see that it's done, because it's not happening. at the level of these international meetings of COP. The final draft of COP that came out was so disappointing. They backed off the phrase that had been in there, trying to phase out coal and fuel subsidies. And now it just calls for the phase of unabated coal power and inefficient fuel subsidies. And the unabated coal power is basically back to this concept that was just spoken of before of the net zero, which is really a scam. It's calling for carbon offsets and that you can continue to spew out your CO2, and as long as you make sure that there's some forest left to absorb some of that, and that we create these new technological wonders that are going to suck that carbon right out of the air, which don't exist yet. But they're basing these predictions and basing their pledges upon the supposition that we are going to be able to artificially pull carbon out of the air. And that is simply not a reality. So for the straight press and the straight media to even give credence to this concept of net zero, I think is scandalous, because it's a lie. And it needs to be called such. So once this final draft came out, the people that were representing the societal contingents that the UN had agreed to officially let in, the civil society contingents, they arose in great dismay. They walked out of the conferences. They marched throughout the halls of the building and went outside and were met with this huge rally, huge demonstration of other people. And so there was this coming together, the inside activists and the outside activists, and they were chanting as they were marching through the streets, "We are unstoppable. Another world is possible." And I believe that people's movement is our only hope. We are part of that. We must continue to be. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Julie. Wow, yeah, that was a really great discussion, and I'm not sure if I haven't seen any questions so far in the chat, which is fine, but you know, if anyone has any burning questions that they want to ask quickly, just because, you know, we did, so there would be a chance for Q&A. But, you know, we also do want to make sure that we have time for Dr. Jill Stein and have some discussion with her as well. So, all right. So I see Tom, and let's make this a great question. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, yeah. Intuitively, I can understand, but I'd like to understand better why. Well, I assumed that the transmission lines were public right of way, so I'd like to hear more about that situation and why, you know, why it should be public. Pass.
I can answer that to some extent. There are several cities throughout the United States and communities that own their own electrical generating systems and the delivery systems. And they're municipalized energy systems, municipalized electrical departments. However, there are others where the electrical system, city and region was began by private companies, such as in Milwaukee, where I live. And so it's always evolved as a private corporation. And it becomes a money-making endeavor. And they're caught sort of in the middle because they provide a public service of electricity for everybody. And yet they also are beholden to their shareholders as their number one priority in many cases. So a city can buy them out and become have a municipalized system, but it costs millions, if not billions of dollars to do that when you have a large city where there's all of the right-of-ways of the transmission lines and the energy systems themselves, and the power plants and everything connected, all the boosters, everything. It's a tremendous investment. And no city that I know of has the billions of dollars to actually buy out these private companies at this point.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this question, why would we want sort of municipal or public ownership to do the transition to 100% clean energy?
No, you specifically were talking about transmission lines, like the 300,000 volt interstate power lines,
Right.
and the right of way.
Right. Well, I mean, in New York State, we actually have something called an energy czar, who basically was the governor's point person. And New York has had an abysmal record on developing renewable energy. You know, it set goals starting in 2002. We've only added 5% in 20 years coming from wind and solar, actually a little bit less than 5%. And when I met with this energy czar to talk about why are you so bad on renewable energy in New York, even though, you know, formally that's your position, he said, well, my God, Mark, do you know how difficult it is to try to negotiate all these agreements with all these different transmission lines? And I said, well, why don't you just take them over then? So you don't have to deal with 20 or 25 different entities. Deal with one entity that you control. It will be cheaper for the customers because we're always paying for everything. But when you have it privately owned, you're paying for, you know, a 10%, 12%, you know, profit margin. And then one of the things that a lot of the renewable energy, solar farms will complain about is that the utility companies and the other ones who control transmission lines, you know, often, you know, charge them exorbitant fees in order to hook in, you know, to the transmission system. And this is also one of the points that Governor Cuomo used to make was, well, look what they did in Germany, where they gave a lot of tariffs to really build out renewable energy quickly, mainly municipal power, but they didn't really reduce carbon emissions that much. And one of the problems when you do those type of tariffs or private incentives is that the private investors, they build it where they think they can make the most money quickly. And that's not necessarily where you want those facilities to be built if your responsibility is, how do I deliver 100% renewable energy to every part of the state? That really needs, you know, a plan. And I remember Barry Commoner, I helped him in his 1980, you know, presidential race, Citizens Party, big environmentalist. And his big thing back then was to take, you know, national ownership of the railroad lines. Railroads is a big problem, still are back in 1980. And he said, listen, we have highways that are publicly owned. Why don't we have the railroads? Same thing with the transmission facilities. It's going to be a really, really big price tag. And it's going to be more expensive if we allow the private companies to do it. And it's not going to be anywhere near as coordinated. You know, a lot of the stuff that went on with the so-called blackout in Texas this winter was because they're not actually connected to the grid and they have their own in-state system, probably because they didn't want to fall under some of the federal rules, you know, for regulation. So transmission lines, public ownership, that's one of the easiest conceptually things to get your head around.
Okay, thank you. So we have one more question in the chat, and I will pass that over to Joe Nathan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to point out and give a shout out. Winona LaDuke returned to Green Party Circle. And there's a number of.
Oh, there. Okay, you're good.
Good.
Continue.
Okay. One of the things Winona LaDuke did was she tied in the history of our Ojibwe prophecies, which is the reason why we are in the Great Lakes to begin with. A lot of academics say we got pushed over here, but there were, by the way, happy 1,000-year anniversary to the Vikings showing up due to some celestial event and tree rings. They figured out 1,000 years ago this year, the Vikings showed up here. And the Ojibwe prophecies who came out of the sea specifically moved us here to avoid European arrival. And we're on the last prophecy. And as Clayson pointed out, it's a two-road thing, a scorched, burnt path or the green path. And what Winona LaDuke did a few days ago was tie the green path in our prophecies to the Green Party. And that's a significant development in her involvement in the Green Party, as far as I know. But I just wanted to ask Clayson, what is the Navajo, if any, specific statements or understandings or prophecies about this very critical transition time? Anything you could insight for us, Clayson, please.
Oh, there's too many prophecies. Actually, for me, one that's pivotal is the Hopi prophecy, where there's a junction and one has sustainability. You'll see cornfields, animals, livestock, and that path has continuance. Of course, the other one, it looks easier. There's steps and it looks like maybe that's organized, but it has a breaking point and an end point. But one thing that I was thinking of, for elders, they would say, leave these things, these materials in the ground. I'm a person at the point of extraction where fossil fuels come from. And one thing that I don't hear that's part of this discussion is things such as the 1872 mining law, which when we look at fossil fuels, we have to look at the source, like that point of extraction and that particular law that gives basically somebody with a pick and a shovel the ability to mine and extract limitless amounts, not even pennies on the dollar. It's so simple and easy for people to establish claims and not to clean up those messes and to pollute. But that is part of, this problem, and would be it's not the easiest target, but at this moment, with the administration as it is, there's a short window where we should be pushing hard to repeal or reform the 1872 mining law, so that way we can keep those carbon emissions or keep those fossil fuels in the ground. But, for our people, we talk about dinosaurs and how those elements are sleeping, uranium, coal, all these things, they're essentially sleeping giants or monsters. So once we bring them to the surface, they continue to harm us. They can continue to hurt us. And the diseases, the things that we're faced with, those are things that are, it's not just some mythological story. It's like these are elements that our ancestors had warned us about, with uranium poisoning or things of that nature. Once you bring these highly toxic radioactive substances to the surface and process them, we're stuck with them. These are things that have shelf lives, and we've got over 600 claims around the Grand Canyon alone for uranium pending, when the price of uranium goes back up. So these are realities that are tied with when people say clean, let's steer away from fossil fuels, they will oftentimes use radioactive substances as a clean alternative energy source. So we have to be careful. For me, with the coal mine shutting down, with Peabody Coal Mine, it was only because it was cheaper to access hydrofracking natural gas. So the industry and the way they shift and sometimes play us against each other, saying that environmentalists are the cause of these economic downturns when it's actually sometimes, other fuel sources that are outcompeting and changing that power dynamic. So, making sure that we're not being used as pawns against each other, that when we have different organizations, environmental, social justice causes, that we can actually unite and work on a solid foundation, and not just be divided and conquered as this last administration and previous administrations had used and monopolized, thinking about elections where, it was easy to scapegoat the Green Party and say that they are responsible for the loss in election. That there's a lot of weight and stigmatism that goes along with that. So how do we move past those steps and work towards healing and mending, and not just making it seem like we're a 3-party or a 2-party country? Those prophecies, they talk about, how we come together, one language, there's a transition, there's a moment that we have to seize on these opportunities.
Thank you, Clayson. It may be coming down to those that will.
Joe Nathan, your audio is cutting out a little bit. But yeah, thank you, Clayson. Thank you to all our panelists, Aaron, Mark, Clayson, and Julie. This has been an amazing discussion. And, please feel free to stick around, or, we know everyone's busy, so, feel free to leave if you have to. But, we're going to keep the good times going with our next guest, who probably needs no introduction, but I'll give her a brief one anyway. Yeah, and also in the chat, there's so much gratitude for our panelists. So thanks again. And yeah, so our next guest and our keynote speaker today on facing the climate crisis is Dr. Jill Stein. So I've had the pleasure of working with Jill on her presidential campaigns, as well as some other projects, including the Global Climate Convergence. And I'll try to give a brief introduction. Jill Stein first ran as a Green Party candidate in 2002 for governor of Massachusetts. She debated Mitt Romney and all the others and won that debate, according to the viewers. And I don't think they've allowed her in a debate since then. In 2012, she ran for president and again faced Mitt Romney as well as Barack Obama. In that year, she was arrested for supporting a protest against the Keystone XL pipeline. And when she attempted to attend a presidential debate for the race that she was running in, she was arrested and handcuffed to a metal chair in a warehouse in an undisclosed location somewhere for 8 hours until the debate was over. In 2016, she ran for president and was, among many other things, the only candidate to show up to Standing Rock to support the fight against the Dakota Access Pipeline. She was one of the first candidates to run a Green New Deal, and the first national candidate to run on a Green New Deal. And she's continued fighting. She's been targeted by the Senate Intelligence Committee. She is currently fighting with the FEC. And she has been fighting for a long time and keeps fighting for all of us. So it's a great pleasure to have Jill Stein here today. I'll throw it over to you, Jill. Are you muted?
All right, sorry about that. How are we doing? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So big thank you to everybody for being here, for fighting the climate crisis, for leading the charge. Here comes my dog, and the cat will probably be prowling over here soon too. You know, we're all pretty restless and you know, fighting angry. And I especially want to give a big thank you to the people who have shown me the way. And of course, a thank you to the Pawtucket Nation on whose land I am standing. And a big thank you to our Indigenous brothers and sisters, especially those in the room here, who've really helped guide us as Greens and as human beings on the way forward. And I feel like I have benefited so much from being in alliance and supporting the leadership of our Indigenous brothers and sisters in this struggle, because they obviously have lived it forever and continue to be proven right, and have an enormous, deserve an enormous gratitude from us for their continued leadership. And I want to piggyback on what's already been said, because I think everybody has already said really everything that we need to be talking about. And come on down, you need to come on down. Down we go. To me, the most inspiring thing that I have seen in a long time was the walkout at the COP. The COP, which was sort of the ultimate cop out on our future, on humanity, on Mother Earth, on where we are going. The COP really proved what a scam it has been. And I think many people in this room probably didn't even watch the COP because you may have known better. Some of us, I think, were following it because it's very important to fight and to engage at that level. But the most inspirational thing that happened there was that walkout. Oh, and I'm glad to see other cats congregating here too, as the creatures of the planet participate in this. And that walkout, as Julie was describing, I think it represented the way forward, not only because it said no to this scam of, you know, a neoliberal solution. It also kind of showed the solidarity that we need to go forward, because that walkout consisted of the organized, you know, the big environmental groups, and it consisted of the grassroots groups. It was led by the Indigenous representatives who were there at the COP. They really led the charge. The words that Julie read, you saved me the trouble of reading them, but to me that really stated the way forward. And for many of us who've been struggling with this for a long time, you know, we've been climate striking for a while. And I, you know, I recognize, I want to acknowledge that I've been a little bit out of the loop. For the last couple of years, I was first targeted by the Senate Intelligence Committee. You know, this is all about political repression. It's about how the empire suppresses its political opposition. So I feel like it was a great honor to be targeted by the Senate Intelligence Committee. Now I'm struggling with the Federal Election Commission, which is essentially trying to do away with public funding in our elections. And again, as Julie acknowledged, this is all about the money and the control of the money. Through our political system above all. So fighting for our democracy is part of this fight. But I want to jump back a couple of years when many of us were working on the global climate convergence. Before we called it the global climate convergence, we called it the global climate strike. And as we began to float that idea, well, could we all just kind of line up what we're doing? Can we line up our struggles so that we have, for starters, a day of action, and maybe that would be Mother Earth Day. And we follow that with a day of action on May Day, the day of workers, because humanity and the planet, you know, are as one, as Clayson was just saying a moment ago. We really are one in this struggle. So what if we had 2 days where we gave a warning shot over the bow of the rapacious oligarchy, or call it predatory capitalism or end stage capitalism, or whatever you want to call it? What if we all did a big get together? And back in 2015, which is when we were going really full bore on this, we had an agenda, so that we weren't just doing this, and flexing muscle. We were doing that with a specific vision and a specific intention, so that it could not be diverted. It could not be watered down. We would be clear about what we were fighting for, which was and remains, humanity and the planet. And to put specific terms on that, it is a global Green New Deal. And it's a global Green New Deal, which is a springboard for a system change. Because if we just change our energy, we haven't fixed it. If it's still a predatory.
Joe Stein is on now.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody can mute if you need to, or if you can, please. So that we need a focus here. And I was just so inspired to hear that the COP Coalition, which is a coalition of grassroots, indigenous, justice, labor, water, land protectors, human rights. It was everybody. It was all the good guys at the COP. The biggest coalition at the COP, as you've probably heard, was the fossil fuel industry. Their lobbyists had more representatives than any other nation's coalition. But among the real people, that was the COP coalition from all over the world. And as Julie and I think Mark mentioned also, there were horrible limitations on the attendance of grassroots and indigenous people due to COVID restrictions, due to vaccine apartheid, due to really the closed door policy of the UK in hosting this COP. It was really the most closed conference of parties that's ever been held. But there it was, in spite of the effort to suppress it, there it was in all of its really magnificent color. At the end, reading these words about what exactly is the alternative to this imperial, colonialist, racist process that has controlled not only the COP, but basically runs the globalized economy in its extraction of resources, wealth, and labor from the global south, importing it to the global north, which then uses it to essentially perpetuate the inequality that we are witnessing. I think it was Kevin Anderson, who is this, one of the best climate scientists out there, who really tells it like it is. I think, was it his words, or it might have been someone else, who described the COP pact as essentially a suicide pact. And while the ruling parties from the northern nations, the white upper class wealthy who pull the strings of governments around the world, while they think that this is not their problem, that this is the problem of Black, brown, red, yellow people, poor people, island nations, while they think it's their problem, it's everybody's problem. And this is essentially a suicide pact for all of us. I just want to mention two things there that I find helpful for changing people's minds. And by the way, I think, we've seen over and over again in polling of young people around the world, of all stripes and colors, and people in the US, that there is now enormous support and momentum for deep climate action. So it can no longer be said that the public is not with us. That cannot be used as an excuse. The public is there, whether you're talking about real, deep green economic change, but also on most manners of human rights, including immigrant rights and healthcare rights, the right to a job, the right to a guaranteed wage above poverty. I mean, these are issues whose time has come, and polls show increasingly that people have thrown in the towel, especially young people, but really across the board, that people no longer buy into, whether you call it the ruling elites, the political elites, or the economic elites. People no longer buy into that. Most recently, there was a poll of young people ages 16 to 25 around the world and in the US that showed that it's somewhere in the 75% and more of the rising generation have really thrown in the towel on government as we know it. They understand and they are outraged that they have been betrayed, they have been lied to, that their future has been stolen out from under them. And, so I just want to acknowledge that there is power out there right now among people who are not organized, and there's power out there also among people who are organized. That is among the justice groups for indigenous justice, for protecting sacred lands and historic indigenous lands, for stopping predatory extraction, for healthcare as a human right through a government-run system. All these terms that used to be toxic, for socialism for that matter, all these words that used to be labeled toxic are not toxic and, should not be used to intimidate anybody from moving ahead to do what we need to do. And we really do need that global Green New Deal as a jumping off point, not only to eliminate the use of fossil fuels by 2030, which is what the COP coalition, the People's Coalition, indigenous led, was actually calling for in the words that were read by the spokesperson for that coalition. We need a complete energy transition. We need protection of water. We need jobs at good wages, which are guaranteed. We need healthcare as a human right, access to education and housing, the Economic Bill of Rights, which is the counterpart of the true emergency Green New Deal. And the other point I just want to remind people about is that this was done in a massive mobilization at the time of Pearl Harbor, and our economy turned around in the course of approximately 6 months. There was conversion of something like 30% of the economy to essentially wartime manufacturing. And that's what we need to do now. It needs to be done with public ownership of critical sectors so that the right things can actually be done, but it also needs to be done with a lot of grassroots leadership, indigenous leadership. It is the kind of coalition that we saw basically in that walkout of the COP. And that brought back to my mind what we were working on back in 2014 and 2015, which was this global climate strike. What if we aligned our actions so that we're looking at workers' strikes, and workers, as you know, are striking now all over the place like we haven't seen in decades. If we aligned worker actions with the school strikes, which have been, one of the most powerful new things in the in the public discourse on the climate, with Extinction Rebellion, with the indigenous leadership, as in Line 3, for example, or the continuing fight at DAPL, the Dakota Access Pipeline. What if we aligned, our various actions, and it might be in conjunction with the other coalition that Julie mentioned, which I hadn't heard about, which is this sort of ongoing citizens effort. That's a great idea, but we've kind of seen how steeply the playing field is tilted. We've seen that in elections, how elections are repeatedly rigged, how the money rigs the whole process, how the COP has been rigged. And by the way, I was reminded why it is that military emissions are not counted. Military emissions are not counted because, right, Aaron, the US blocked that as part of the Kyoto Accords. In order for the US to give the thumbs up on the Kyoto Accords, military emissions had to be emitted so that they're not tracked and they are not reduced. And of course, the US went on to boycott essentially the Kyoto Accords. We didn't sign it anyhow, you know, it's just sort of like symbolic of how we work as the US, that we sort of, you know, we play the bad guy, you know, going back to, I mean, to me, it was just so infuriating that this wasn't actually discussed as a part of the public commentary. It's not just that the US, you know, sort of watered it down. It's really that the US has sabotaged the process from its very beginning, as it does to, you know, many other good things. It has essentially played the role of saboteur of climate agreements from the very start. And that was evident in, you know, in Kyoto, for example. The US has been systematically watering it down. In Copenhagen, which was also supposed to be this major, you know, transition point, the US, you know, do you know what? Do people remember what the US was doing at Copenhagen? We were spying on other government leaders and negotiators so that we could then bribe them to get them to back off of the more principled proposals that were being offered at that time. You know, and it's like, as the word gets out for what's actually happening, you know, the movement and the momentum is growing to do what it takes. That momentum is growing and it will continue to grow because, you know, people are seeing the floods and the droughts and the heat waves and the storms and, you know, and the reduction of crops and all the rest. You know, the news cannot be suppressed about that, no matter how much the system tries. They cannot do that. And people understand they are in the target hairs. And as they do, the momentum will continue to grow. And certainly in our own, you know, experience here in the last decade, we have seen a really profound transition take place in the global understanding of what we need to do, in our capacity to work together, in the power of the grassroots groups to really lead the charge and to work together as allies and collaborators, which is what, you know, we really have to do. And I want to mention just two factoids that are helpful in talking to people who don't quite get that they're in the target hairs. You know, one is that the Colorado River is drying up. Colorado River supplies half the fruits and vegetables for the US. That is through basically the California agriculture system. So if you know, and that river is getting very close to, in fact, emergency measures were called for last year that California so far hasn't taken. So we're gonna see, you know, really bad stuff starting to happen. And that drying up of the Colorado River has been going on for decades. So it's not like that's just kind of an incidental thing and maybe it's going to turn around. It's not going to turn around until we turn around the climate crisis. So that's one piece of it, you know, and the other piece of it that usually gets left out of the discussion is actually the breakup of ice sheets, because, you know, it's now recognized, you know, there is a hole the size of Manhattan in one of the major ice sheets in Antarctica, in the North Antarctic large glacial sheet. There's a major break on the system that has a huge hole the size of Manhattan that appears to have developed very quickly and appears to be growing very quickly. And if we don't markedly turn this around, we're looking at the potential now for a breakup of two massive ice sheets. One is on Greenland, and the other one is this Antarctic, this Northwest Antarctic ice sheet. And it's now acknowledged that this could start to happen actually in our lifetimes. It used to be said, oh no, don't worry about it. That's millennia away. Well, it's now acknowledged that this stuff is happening in real time on our watch in our lifetimes, potentially. Jim Hansen has been saying this for a while, that we could see that start to break up as soon as 2050 on the course that we're on. You know, and remember, we're at 1.1 degrees centigrade right now. We will be at 1.5 by mid-century, perhaps as soon as 2040. So this really, we need to think like Pearl Harbor just happened in 1,000 places to every country, especially to the big, developed, wealthy countries. You just had a Pearl Harbor. And we all need to mobilize like our lives depend on it right now in order to stop unimaginable catastrophe from happening. I didn't mention what it means if those ice sheets break up. It's not like a foot or 2 or 3 or 6. It's 35 feet, maybe 40 feet of sea level rise that would happen over a couple of years. So this is absolutely devastating. It will swamp all coastal population centers. And what goes along with that? What else is on the coast? It's all of our fossil fuel infrastructure and our nuclear power plants, which are all going to pollute the oceans and the things that we rely on in the ocean. So we're going to have basically the end of civilization as we know it is coming with this. It's going to be very hard for things to develop otherwise. And, you know, this is like the forbidden stuff now. You're not supposed to talk about this, but the last UN climate report actually acknowledged this for the first time, that this breakup of ice sheets. They didn't say what it meant. You had to know what it means by this breakup of ice sheets. It means 35 to 40 feet of water, sea level rise quickly. But they acknowledged that that could happen in our own lifetimes, which is like pretty staggering when such a conservative body is actually acknowledging this, which, as I mentioned, Jim Hansen has been saying for many years. So that, to my mind, that's a very motivating thing. I've talked to a lot of people about that who weren't ready to take action. And after they understood that, they were quite ready to take action. And, you know, we need to take action on every front, but because our usual methods are taking place on a very tilted playing field within a very rigged system, it's really important to consider all of our options. And the general strike has been a critical tool for social reform in democracies as long as I've been aware of it. You know, certainly you can go back to the 1800s when there was a fight for a 40-hour week, and May Day, that is the workers' holiday, was first established because several workers lost their lives in the big demonstrations around that. But that's when general strikes, you know, you can really begin to see the impact of general strikes. We've seen that more recently in the fight for the $15 an hour minimum wage. Strikes have played a big role in that. There are a lot of strikes going on right now. I think it's really important to affiliate with strikes, support strikes, get to know how they work, what it takes to actually run a strike. And there's a great resource actually on the Real News Network. I can post the link for it. There's an interview with a man and a woman who are part of the strike by coal miners right now in Alabama, where they've been on strike for going on 8 months. And, you know, when you actually hold a general strike, you have to provide food and school supplies and diapers and, you know, all the things that people and families need to survive. There has to be community solidarity and support. And I think, you know, if we contemplate developing this tool, it's really important for us to start getting to know what that means. And back in 2015, we were talking about, you know, the global climate convergence, 10 days to change course from Earth Day to May Day, with big demonstrations on Earth Day and again on May Day. Well, we could begin to think about work stoppages, boycotts, school strikes, you know, lockdowns on pipelines, you know, whatever. We could begin to think about convergent action where we coordinate our clocks essentially for maximum impact. So, you know, I feel like we're all reeling right now with the state of our world. And the climate in many ways is just a symbol of the broader meltdown that's taking place of social systems and ecosystems and our economic system. They've been hijacked for the benefit of the wealthy few, and humanity is paying the price, and all of our days are numbered if we allow this predatory system to continue. And I do want to acknowledge, you know, when we use the words people, planet, and peace, peace is a part of this, you know, not only because the military is a big producer of fossil fuels and toxic everything and poisoning our water and our air and our land. It's not only that, you know, it's also that the military is diverting our resources, and half of our discretionary budget, about $1 trillion a year, is being spent on destruction. 21 trillion has been spent on wars and domestic militarization, including you know, the invasions of privacy and the security state apparatus since 2001. How much good has it done us? You know, well, it increased, you know, migrations, failed states, worse terrorist threats. You know, this was a total waste of money that was largely to the benefit of the, you know, of the war contractors and the politicians that they support. You know, great. They took our money and resources, spent 21 trillion on this complete waste. What if instead we had been investing in this just transition? And, you know, the issue of $100 billion, you know, that's nothing. It's going to take trillions of dollars to help the developing world move where it must go. And we depend on them moving as well as us. So we have to move together. The military industrial toxic waste bin is a great place for us to extract back those resources to put to work on behalf of people, planet, and peace, and the future that we deserve. So I'm going to stop there just to allow discussion. You know, I'm interested how people are, you know, are coping with the reality of where we are and with the abysmal failure of this COP. If you ever had any hope that maybe something would happen, because we're in such a desperate circumstances right now. You know, I don't want to say I'm blown away. It sort of affirmed my worst fears, and even more. I wasn't aware of how much the whole thing was a scam from the start, and perhaps I should have known, and I'm sure there are many people in this room who did know. But there was a little piece of me that wanted to believe that something would happen. And of course it didn't. And, you know, and then I just, when I heard the COP coalition walk out and talk about what we needed to do together, I thought, wow, let's bring back the climate strike, or, you know, bring it forward. Let's support, because there's lots of pieces of the climate strike that are happening right now, but let's make it as big as it needs to be. It's not like that's the be all end all, you know, we have to do everything else as well, but it is a tool, and potentially a very powerful tool. And I'll just end saying, you know, back in 2015, we, you know, and we had a really wonderful grassroots coalition that was working on this, that was very diverse, with very strong Indigenous leadership. And one of our expressions was that we wanted to bring the wheels of economic, ecological, and military destruction to a grinding halt by withholding our labor, our participation, our sanction, that we would create a walkout, a boycott, a strike, and take it as far as it needed to go in order to rescue our future and save our lives that depend on it. So I want to leave you with that vision of, could we bring the wheels of destruction to a grinding halt? So let me stop there and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was inspiring. I think we're all ready to march on wherever we need to, and bring it down after that. And of course, that's why we're here, to organize together and figure out how we're going to fix this. And what you said about the cop just now really made me think about something that I once heard, which is that the good thing about disillusionment is that you no longer have illusions, and you can see the reality of how things are. But yeah, so we have some questions starting to appear, so I don't want to hog the mic, but Jill, I did want to just ask you to very quickly just tell folks about your fight with the FEC, and how they can find out more about that and support you.
Thank you. I was investigated first by the Senate Intelligence Committee for 3 years, in which I had to constantly respond to all these accusations around Russiagate, not so much from them as just from the media and the public that was using it to basically, vilify political opposition. And, so I was accused of being a Russian asset, and they tried to connect me to Julian Assange because Assange had spoken at our nominating convention and all that, and this is the Senate Intelligence Committee that was also plotting to assassinate and kidnap Julian Assange, So I don't, I sort of said, phew, I'm glad they didn't get me, because they were trying to do that to Assange and then trying to link me to Assange. It was really pretty outrageous. Well, when that ended, after 3 years, I then got a letter from the Federal Election Commission 1 week later saying that I needed to pay them $175,000 in matching funds that we had used to get on the ballot. And make a long story short, the Federal Election Commission, you think it's there to safeguard election integrity, but it unfortunately is not. And it is a bipartisan institution that basically protects that institution or those political powers from competition. And there is an effort being made, which goes way beyond the FEC right now, to remove public funding from our elections. So I'm going to court. We've been fighting this for over a year within the FEC. We're now about to go to court in defense of public funding, and to defend our campaign from having to pay this basically ruinous repayment. It's a repayment of money used to get on the ballot. But of course, we don't have that money right now because this is 6 years after the election, practically. So, great time for them to come after me for this payment. So at any rate, that is all at jillstein.net. If you have any interest in supporting that fight, really for the future of grassroots participation in our elections, because we need public funding if grassroots politics is going to get on the ballot, given the incredible expense of getting on the ballot, because they don't make it easy for grassroots candidates outside of the big money political machines to participate. So that's jillstein.net if you are interested. Dave, did you have a specific question or anything that you wanted to get our discussion going with?
So we have a couple of people who have questions on the stack. So let's start with Joe Nathan, ZB Kingfisher, and it looks like Greg Banks also is on the stack. So let's start with Joe Nathan. Go ahead.
Hello?
We
There.
can't hear you, Joe Nathan.
Now we hear
Okay. All right. Well,
Yep.
let me just call up. Yeah. So the organic analogy has a long and positive, negative history, but I'm just curious, as a medical doctor, is there any insight that you have as far as like comparing society or societies to a biological organism or organisms, and what usefulness or limitations would such a comparison be? I mean, I'm just curious because the human biological system is your expertise, and yeah, please enlighten us.
Yeah, I think my sense as a medical person is very much kind of like, parts of what I hear in the indigenous vision, that we are a body, we are an organism, that we are not different from Mother Earth that sustains us. We really are connected by that umbilical cord that Clayson was talking about. Our nourishment really comes from the planet around us. And as someone who's been very interested in toxic threats and toxic chemicals and their impact on our health, you see this stuff move up through the food chain, and you just see how the food chain is so very interconnected. Water, food, our bodies, our minds, and our society. And if people are sick, society is sick. If the planet is sick, we are sick. So I would say you don't need to go to medical school or nursing school or anything, to believe your eyes that what we're doing to the planet really matters, and that our different support systems all matter. To me, they're very much like organ systems in a body, that we need our kidneys, we need our digestive system, we need our neurologic system, same thing. We need our water, we need our air. We are very much unified as a living organism, and none of us, can live in isolation, and we cannot protect ourselves. And anyone who thinks you can go run away to a cabin in Montana and survive what's happening, it ain't so. We really need to care for each other and the planet like we are caring for ourselves and our family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Greg is on stack, and then Tom, and then there's Sam Michael too. So let's go in that order. Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you, Joe, for being here for us. And one of the great things that I saw at the end of the COP, outside of the COP, basically, was the Global Climate and Health Alliance. Did you happen to see that?
Democracy Now! Did a piece on that, and I actually didn't have time to watch it, but it's on my list. Do you want to share with us briefly what that was about?
Yeah, I put it in the stack, but basically in the chat, but what they're talking about is, healthcare professionals around the world signing on to this and saying that this is a health emergency. The climate emergency is a health emergency. And so it needs to be treated as a health emergency. And so they have a letter that they're asking health professionals to sign on to around the world. And they call the alliance the Global Climate and Health Alliance. So it's not just for health professionals. So I thought that was really great. And the other thing at the end of the COP was this Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance that has been created by Denmark and Costa Rica, which also has a wonderful name. And I think people are going to resonate with that. So With that, I'll pass. Thanks, Jill, for coming.
Thank you, Greg. I guess, who's next? Tom, is it?
Yeah, part of this is just probably asking you to inform me, because I could have looked it up, but I was following Howie Hawkins' meeting with Harvey Wasserman and about 70 people on these weekly Zoom meetings, and they started out working on HR1, an election reform bill, and then I couldn't keep up with the meetings. But could you describe what the status of all that is? And maybe there's related bills, but it seemed like a mixture of some really creative, good stuff, and then a poison pill for third parties. Pass.
Yeah, exactly. I think you summarized it really well. For those who don't know, HR1, it now has a new form. Basically, Joe Manchin, the neoliberal Democrat who stops all, I don't want to say all good things, because some of the things he stopped are not so good, but they do have good elements in them. He's the guy who basically stops everything. He's the coal guy who makes millions of dollars from coal and represents the oil and gas lobbyists. But he got to rewrite HR1, which is such a joke. And so the smaller version right now, which still preserves many of the good things, that is, it would help ensure the right to vote. It would help block voter suppression, and it would reduce gerrymandering. And those are all like really critical and essential. But it also basically blocks competition. The Democrats are very good about standing up for voter suppression for their voters, but for peace voters or climate justice voters or people who don't buy into the neoliberal vision, they don't want them to vote at all. So, it supports party suppression. It supports grassroots political suppression. It really suppresses people by suppressing public funding of elections. And it would raise the bar for qualifying for public funding to a rate that would be very difficult. It would basically end matching funds at the presidential level. It would create new funding at the congressional level. But it raises the bar really high to make it almost impossible for grassroots candidates and parties to qualify for. What we really need here is a publicly funded election system, a campaign of clean elections and clean money. We would currently need a constitutional amendment because of the decisions that the Supreme Court has made that make it impossible to reduce the spending of candidates. They can have unlimited spending, and you can't stop them from spending their own money. There are all kinds of things that have been stopped. So, I wouldn't say that's impossible. And put it this way, it's no more impossible to do that than it is to rescue ourselves and our children from the climate crisis. So why not fold some democracy provisions, into our global Green New Deal as well? And that's entirely doable too. And in fact, I think in 2015, we did have a democracy plank in the, as part of our agenda for the global climate strike. And that could certainly be worked into that, because at the end of the day, money is pulling the strings on the political process. And there is more money in our elections now than ever. To me, it's a joke to think that either of the major parties are going to do the right thing. And that includes the Democrats, because they are just in deeper and deeper stranglehold, or I should say a tighter and tighter stranglehold of big money. Their elections and their candidates and their party, their national parties, are the receptacle for huge amounts of money. And you now have these very sleazy economic vehicles that allow a single wealthy donor to give $600,000 or more in a single check in order to basically fund presidential elections and the parties. And because of the way they can move money around in the shell game, it really empowers billionaires. And, you know, yeah, there are small donors, but the big donors have deeper pockets than ever. So the small donors, they're outnumbered, you know, at least 5 to 1 in, you know, in the way that the system works. So it's really important that we tackle that. The name of the bill currently is, what is it? It's the Right to Vote Act, Freedom to Vote. It's the Freedom to Vote Act, but it's basically the same thing as HR 1. However, nothing is going to move. You can be pretty sure of that. Nothing is going to move now. That does seem, Congress appears to be in complete gridlock. And now that the neoliberals, both Democrats and Republicans, they got their bill, the infrastructure bill, they got that, which unfortunately makes the climate problem even worse. It provides it more than doubles fossil fuel subsidies. They got what they wanted. That had been linked to a Build Back Better bill, which has a lot of social infrastructure and childcare and preschool and free community college and senior care and a pharmaceutical plank. That's not going to move now because they got what they wanted. Inflation is bad. That'll be the excuse that, oh, now that inflation is bad, we have to withdraw supports that make life livable for people who are really struggling. They're going to just, like, you know, withdraw funding that would have made survival and healthcare and all that a little bit better. It's, you know, it's not looking good. The system really is deconstructing. It really is imploding. Whatever dimension you look at, it is not working. People are hurting and are fighting angry, which is why there's such an effort to silence grassroots opposition right now, especially political opposition, because the predator state knows that its days are numbered if their opposition can be heard. So don't let them intimidate you into silence. There's potential power out there. The numbers are there. We just got to get people together. There's a political fight that has to be fought, and there's just a plain old survival, social and ecological fight that has to be fought. They don't have to be fought together, but there's enormous overlap and synergy between them. So keep up the good work. And who we got next? Sam, I think. Yes.
Sam, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a climate related question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. I was going to ask how the pollution in the mesosphere implements the exosphere, but I was just kind of curious. I don't know if you'd be informed or if that's the right question to ask, because I was reading up on the ozone layer.
Okay, great. So just so I understand, you were asking how the pollution at high altitudes impacts
How like the pollution from the mesosphere, like right at the crust of the Earth, affects like the entire solar system. I wasn't sure if that's something that has like a correlation, but I was just kind of curious. You know?
So I can answer the part that that I know, which is that what we do down here, at the surface of the Earth, has enormous impact on the atmosphere above us, and the hole in the ozone layer, is a very good example of that. And it's not only, the ozone what was it? It was CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, I think, that created that hole. And then I think some of the substitutes for CFCs were also problematic, you know, so we need a very high bar. You know, there should be kind of an above all do no harm. There should be a precautionary principle. This is like the kind of thing that mothers and fathers and grandparents and aunts and uncles teach their kids. You know, you want to be sure before you go start breaking things and polluting things. You know, we have a very permissive system that allows pollution of all sorts to take place. And some of that goes up, but a lot of that just goes into our water, you know, like the PFAS or mercury or PCBs, and then it's with us for generations or hundreds of years. The flip side of that, let me just mention, is that methane, which, you know, goes up, has a rather short half-life. It's extremely intense. So if we prioritize shutting down on methane, we can begin to get ahead of the curve, and we can really pull back on climate heating in a big way. So there are things that we can do, you know, as well as efficiency, conservation, you know, living, what should we say, living lightly on the planet, you know, avoiding air travel, which I think many people don't understand how incredibly destructive air travel is. And if you're doing lots of other things right, but you're flying in airplanes a lot, you know, it's very hard to compensate with everything else you do, including, you know, eating vegan and, you know, changing your light bulbs and riding a bicycle. If you're still flying in airplanes, you know, it totally overwhelms the good things that you're doing. So it's really important for us to find ways to live locally, especially when you're taking airplanes for non-essential reasons. You know, it's fine, you know, I think there needs to be more discussion about this, put it that way. And it's just not actually known how incredibly destructive air travel is and will be for a while. So it's really important to consider that in the full scheme of things. But, you know, at the end of the day, what our governments do or do not do in our name with our tax dollars is really what's going to make us or break us. And the kinds of things that have been talked about here today, I think, are really exciting. And what's most exciting, you know, is for us, I think, to recognize our power, the power that we have as 1,000 movements that are already up and running, for us to begin to link arms and link our schedules so that we demonstrate our power together with a unified Green New Deal agenda. It would be really interesting to see what happens when we begin to put a general strike behind that. So to be continued, my website again is jillstein.net, and you can reach me through jill@jillstein.net. Right now, our website is mostly focused on the FEC thing, which it will be for a while, but you can always communicate with me through that as well, or through Dave too. So thank you for all you're doing. Keep up the fight. And thank you for sharing this slot here on your very inspired convention. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Dave, and thank you all so very much. Take care.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jill.
Jill.
Wow. Well, yeah, this has been an awesome afternoon. And again, that's jillstein.net. It's in the chat, so people can check that out and stay connected and support Jill there. And, you know, it's now past 4. So, you know, we know that some folks have to get going. And, you know, we just want to make sure that we can stay in touch so we can keep organizing, keep the conversation going, keep building. You know, I think we all agree that there is so much energy out there that we can build on, you know, despite and partly because of the inaction, you know, of the powers that be. You know, people are fighting mad, and it's time to, you know, put that to work and really turn things around. So please make sure that, you know, we have at least your email so we can keep in touch. Again, today is the last day to either join as a member or renew your membership. And again, we are a dues paying membership party. We have never taken cents of corporate money, and we never will. We're completely supported by our members because no one's going to fund our revolution but us. So please make sure to join or renew as a dues paying member today. And all of our dues paying members will be able to vote in the election for our officers that you heard from before. And yeah, so people can feel free to stick around if you want to chat a little bit more, but the meeting is officially over. So absolutely no pressure if you need to go. And yeah, so I will, I guess, just say it, you know, at this point, if folks want to stick around and chat, then feel free. And thanks everyone for being here. It's been a great day.
Thanks, Dave. You held it down awesome.
Yeah, great job, Dave.
Thanks.
So Sam and I were chatting about trying to come up with a way of having more membership meetings, but then the suggestion came up that, you know, we don't want to necessarily we'd like the membership to set the agenda for the interleaving meetings, like maybe the fall gathering and the spring gathering stay the same, but, you know, we introduce some additional membership meetings. And so I don't know, that could be one topic.
Yeah, so just to, you know, my thoughts with it were essentially, it would be like a public hearing type of context so that people could come in, you know, add things to the agenda that they want to have discussed, and it would be discussed in that context, and we would have some designated people to run those meetings that, you know, are probably going to come from the Coordinating Council or come from maybe a committee. But I think it would be a good way for us to get input from the party membership.
Yeah, that seems all right. Obviously, I think we could allow people to email agenda items in advance, but I know how it goes. I think the idea of allowing new stuff to come in right on the day of, that's important. So there would be some issues about just figuring out, as you get the email, the agenda items, you know, which order they would go in. But I would think we could work through that. So yeah, I'm curious if anyone.
We just concluded the meeting, but we're having a little bit of after meeting discussion, just for context.
Did Benjamin watch the live stream? I'm wondering. I wasn't looking. I don't think we got too many people watching, but there are some comments in the live stream.
Yeah, I want to probably take a look at those.
So I asked Jill a couple controversial questions, and we could talk about those, but or not. What? So the next big event is campaign training school, right? And what's the date again of the campaign training?
Yeah, December 11th. I'm pretty fried after being in the meeting all day. I'm just curious because, you know, Roger, Babette, Benjamin are here, and I don't think we've heard from you all. So I was just wondering if you have any thoughts that you want to share, you know, before we wrap up. Or not. I mean, I just curious.
Yeah, nothing in particular. I got here so late that I'm really just looking for the recording and the comments at this point.
Oh yeah, so we've had a live stream, but you know, we'll have a recording up.
Well, when we close the live stream and end the meeting, almost instantly the live stream recording should be there, but yeah, the meeting has to end first, as far as I know. Pass.
I'm just I was just reading through the chat too, because I hadn't really been following it very much while I listened.
Yeah, you know, the recording will be available for everyone to watch, and you know, even if people weren't here for the entire meeting, you know, we're still just interested to hear what's on people's minds, and you know, if you have any thoughts on, you know, sort of issues that are going on, or anything you heard on the panel or anything like that. Well, anyway, we'll definitely stay in touch, and yeah, hopefully, you know, we'll figure out how to get everyone plugged in and keep building. But yeah, I think I'm going to sign off. So
before you sign off, do you have any time in the morning to work on the ranked choice voting ballots? Because my afternoon's kind of busy, but I think Sam and I were thinking about before 10 sometime.
Yeah, I can probably do that. Yeah, so let's just keep in touch about that.
Oh,
I've done most of the groundwork on it as far as setting up the contests. I've got all of the candidates fed into them. So yeah, I think tomorrow morning it's mostly just going to be us looking over what we already have, deleting some of the contests where you have no candidates, and then so I think it should be a pretty quick process.
Okay.
Oh, and one last note.
And then adding the voters as well.
I wrote down San Francisco ranked choice voting, that I think we had used that in the past. Just okay, I'm done on the So I don't know, tentatively like 8:30 would be okay with me, or 9, but we'll work it out. Pass.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks,
Bye.
everybody.
All right. Getting close to
So do we need to
ending.
stop the recording, or will it automatically do it if we end the meeting?
You pretty much can't make any mistakes. Well, okay, now here's a mistake that you can make. You could end the meeting, the recording would be just fine, but that's not sufficient. You got to go to the live feed and end the live feed. I could share my screen and show you. I mean, it's pretty simple. There's just one button that says end live feed, right?
Sure, yeah.
You know.
No, but that would be helpful because I not sure exactly
Good.
what's up.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna consider the meeting's over, and we're gonna. It doesn't really matter if I don't really have to stop the live streaming send. So all right, I'll share my screen. All right. So one thing to notice is that there's a big delay on this. It could be like 45 seconds, something like that. Are you aware of that?
45-second delay in terms of what you're seeing here and what's actually going on, or?
Yeah, this live stream is very much delayed. So
the
it's
live
just,
stream is 45 seconds behind reality.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So as I said, it's really simple. So it looks like 6 hours and 27 minutes. Now, once I clicked end stream, that's all she wrote. The stream is dead. Like it's Jim, the bird is, that whole routine on Monty Python. I mean, it's over.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying.
So I think we're good to go. End the stream.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. They do give you one last chance if you like. It's good because you might hit that by mistake. So end it. Yeah. All right. So theoretically, that it's